Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Kate and Brett, Scott Hazelton for a cool, chilly fall Sunday afternoon of racing. 9 races in front of us. Our features is the Grade 2 Franklin Stakes featuring Caravel, looking to defend her title from this race a year ago, where she set herself up for that Breeders' Cup success right here back at Keeneland in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. She hasn't really missed much of a beat since then, and she'll be our featured horse in the featured race today at Keeneland Racecourse.
Yeah, it's actually an exciting card, and it's interesting. It's a little bit of everything, and we have a little change as far as conditions are concerned. The turf course is listed good, just as it was yesterday. The rail's at 20 feet. The main track is fast. We didn't have any rain after yesterday's scattered really, really light showers. They had about 0.32 inches yesterday early, and then that was it. So we're going to see kind of similar conditions to what we saw by the end of yesterday's card.
It's Kids Club Family Day out here at Keeneland, so we welcome all the families coming out for Kids Club Family Day. There's activities on the North Terrace that'll take place from 11, which they've already gotten underway, till 3. You have Section A open. That's open seating for Kids Club Family Day, and also Kids Club members and the family receive free general admission and a sticker that's going to give you access to those activities, as well as reserved seating, and a lot going on today. Also, when it comes to the gift shop here at Keeneland and retail for the Kids Club Family Day, you get $10 off a $50 purchase. So a lot going on today. We know that the face painting is a very popular portion of Kids Club
gift
Family Day.
Been very popular over the last couple of days. And I saw a pop-up shop in the grandstand as well, so you can get your sweatshirts and take advantage of that.
So look forward to the day. Stay warm and have some fun here today and also Eckert's Orchard is going to be out with some cider and hopefully some warm cider for you to keep you warm on this Sunday afternoon on Kids Club Family Day. Let's go back to yesterday, though, and recap what we saw on a brilliant Saturday of racing. Dornoch, the brother to Mage, was brilliant, and don't forget his mother and Mage's mother, Puka, will sell Pregnant to Good Magic, making a full sibling to Dornoch as well as Mage in the upcoming Keeneland November sale, and Dornoch himself a Keeneland graduate.
And then it looked too good to be true, but it wasn't. 911 Turbo for Neil Drysdale comes in, and with Flavian Pratt on board, gets that narrow victory, exciting stretch run, very well-timed move, and 2-1, seeming like a gift in retrospect.
One race later, race number 8, A Seed, strutting her stuff for Judd Mont, Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Switch back to the dirt, making a big difference here. And that one, a stream of favorites at decent prices, in my opinion, as we move to the big race of the day, the QE2 Challenge Cup, and once again, favorite Maj does not disappoint.
She was brilliant off the 6-month layoff. She was keen early, but she had plenty to finish with. And big congratulations to Saeed Bin Suror, his 500th Group or graded stakes win in his insanely productive career. And then closing things out, First Mission with one of the most gutsy rides you'll see the rest of the year. Luis Saez, he was back behind horses, had to swing off the turn, get out in the clear, and gave Godolphin the late daily double yesterday with Maj and First Mission. Luis Saez, he's moved into the top spot for the time being in the jockey standings, 1 in front of Tyler Gaffleone, 2 in front of Pratt. Johnny Velasquez is 3 off the pace. Irad 5 off the pace, and the 3-way tie tied up yesterday with Ian Wilkes and Chad Brown picking up wins. Todd Pletcher not running a lot right now. He tends to do that. He'll run these first few weeks, whether it's as far as in the springtime for the sort of derby preps and those May races that we'll see across town at Churchill and elsewhere, obviously, and then as far as Breeders' Cup. So there's a big opportunity for Chad and Ian and
even
Brad
Cox.
Exactly.
Brad has got 3 wins right now, but he's loaded today, I thought, and over the next few days of racing. So you would see some changes as far as the trainers are concerned.
Let's get the latest on the weather. Here's WKYT.
Good morning, everyone. I'm meteorologist Alexa Minton giving you a look at your forecast for Keeneland today. Now, as we head to the meet, we will notice a little bit of cloud cover. The main thing we're focused on, though, is those chilly temperatures. By the time we head towards the 5 o'clock hour, we're only going to be up towards the upper 50s. So make sure you keep that windbreaker handy and, of course, that jacket handy, because we got a cool day at the Green today. For WKYT, I'm meteorologist Alexa Minton. Good luck out there, folks.
All right, you need more than a windbreaker.
Yes,
I'm just saying.
Yes.
But maybe it's going to warm up a little bit over the course of the day.
I like your optimism. Let's go into our full card selections for the day. 9 races, and you can access these full card selections each and every race day, and even look ahead on race days on the Keeneland Race Day app. Download it right now on your smartphone as well as your tablet.
5, 7, and 8. Looks like we've got some consensus there.
Yeah, Caravel, I think, is the overwhelming consensus of the day, especially with the Godolphin runner scratching out of this featured event, the Franklin Stakes. We'll talk about that right now. After we get to social media. A reminder of giving us a follow on social media on X at Keeneland Racing, and then on Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, FanDuel TV. You can give them a follow on X, FanDuel TV Plus. That's an app that you need at home on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. You'll be able to catch the Keeneland race day coverage there, as well as sales coverage on the FanDuel TV Plus app. Again, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. It is simple to download, sign in, and get yourself locked in for that great content and great coverage of Keeneland Racing, as well as sales on FanDuel TV. Download the FanDuel TV Plus app. Let's go to our featured event. It's race number 7 today. Later in the card, the Grade 2 Franklin Caravel, 9 to 5 on the morning line. Expect that price to tumble come post time. I think she's less than even money, especially with star guest, the Godolphin runner, scratching out of here. You had to respect that runner, given the way that Godolphin has gone this weekend, winning 2 stakes races already, but not a factor now after being scratched. So Caravel looking to replicate what she was able to do and get back on track. I understand she lost her last race up in New York. The start wasn't all that clean, and that's like so many top-level turf sprinters or sprinters in general. The start is so crucial, especially when you have speed. If you're an off-the-pace type of horse, obviously you can overcome that more often. Yeah. But as far as Caravel, that's what got to her in that race. But we bring you to her race in the Jaipur, where she faced off against boys. She's grown accustomed to beating up on the boys. We saw it in the Breeders' Cup last year. She was very good this day, beating Casa Creed in Big Invasion. Casa Creed came out of this race, and he continues to roll. So that, to me, her ability to beat horses like Casa Creed and the horses that she beat last year in the Breeders' Cup, Emirati Anna and Creative Force and Golden Pal, who was in there, who wasn't all that quick away from the gate, and that ultimately cost him. I just can't get past this mare. She is going to be offered at the upcoming Keeneland November sale, hip number 210, consigned by Hunter Valley Farm. And also her mother, ZZ Zoom Zoom, will be offered as hip number 237. She's pregnant to Justify. That's the sire who needs no introduction of City of Troy, who was brilliant in the Dewhurst over in England, being compared to Frankel. You were showing me video comparisons of him. So big opportunities today for Caravel and for buyers out there in the November sale, with Caravel being offered as well as her mother, ZZ Zoom Zoom, pregnant to Justify. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is going to be a single on a lot of tickets, including mine. She's run well fresh. I think you forgive her effort in the Troy. It was soft ground, and she was knocked pretty hard at the beginning of the race. Completely took her out of her game. She also isn't one-dimensional, but she's so quick, naturally, that she's probably going to take advantage of that. But she's not a horse that necessarily has to be on the lead. This is the Shakertown back at the start of the season on good ground, kind of similar to what she's going to get today at Keeneland. She came off the layoff, first start of the year, went right to the front, and manages after a long sustained bid to hang on over Bad Beat Brian. Now, today's race is tougher than that one was, but she still shows that she can run her best fresh. She can be hooked and hang in there gamely. And I don't think that she necessarily has to be on the lead. I've seen races where she's been stalking. I think in this field, with her post position, she very well might be. But even off the break, I wouldn't be surprised if Tyler got position on the lead, let some of the speed horses come to him, and then came on again here, because there is quite a bit of early speed in here. We have to mention that there's another Breeders' Cup winner in here. That's Twilight Gleaming. Twilight Gleaming isn't even the second choice on the morning line. I give her a little bit more respect than that, but she has to answer some questions. Her last couple were definitely subpar. She's making her first start since July, so she's looking for some redemption. And then also just throwing another one in there. I know I showed my top 3. I've got a 1-5-2, Wakanaka in the third choice. She'll be trying to close. And then also I think you've got to respect Bay Storm. We'll see how she handles the good going here today, but she can have some position. She came close to Caravel in the Unbridled Sydney at Churchill Downs back in May during Breeders' Cup, or excuse me, during Kentucky Derby weekend and that first weekend in May. So it's Caravel's race, but as it is, it's a grade 2, and there are very, very good horses in here that are capable of defeating last year's champion.
It's also the time of year we mentioned that she's going through the sale. After a long, prolonged, brilliant campaign, it becomes that much more difficult to continue winning because you're facing horses that are up and coming versus horses like Caravel that have been running every time and showing up every time. So it's not as if she couldn't be beaten in the spot, but you either have to make a choice. You either just single her or, I don't know, I think you can make a case for about 4 or 5 in here. I mean, it's a deep field.
Well, let's hear more about Caravel. Here's Tom Leach.
Grade 2 Franklin is the feature on the Sunday card, and Brad Cox trains the favorite in there, Caravel. Last race, do you ride it off to the soft turf?
No doubt about it. You could tell she's going up the backside. She wasn't traveling that well, and I knew kind of right away that, wasn't her course. We went out and walked the course and kind of almost scratched her. Obviously, I wish we would have, but she's come out of it in good order and been pointing for this for a while now.
Training well?
Yeah, great. Fantastic at Churchill on the dirt, and she trains really well on the dirt. Her works are good on the dirt, and excited about getting her back over here to Keeneland.
This isn't the only place she's run well, but is she better here?
She really does like it here. I think as long as the ground's good, we should be in good shape.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Brad Cox has the favorite, Caravel, in the Franklin.
Yeah, obviously they would have liked it to have been a little bit faster ground. Got that rain yesterday. That being described to me as a similar turf condition as it was yesterday, today, coming into the day. So that's certainly something that will creep into some horse players' minds.
The rail being 20 feet out definitely, I think, helps horses who have some tactical speed, makes it a little bit harder for the horses to come from off the pace. But it also can be a little tricky for those horses on the inside to navigate because the more the rail is out, the kind of tighter the turns become. So that's just something to keep in mind. She's always run very well here at Keeneland, though, and she's still the class of the field, in my opinion. Wakanaka, I agree with you, though, is kind of the horse that if you wanted an additional horse on your tickets or you thought that maybe there was somebody that could upset, I thought she looked very good.
Let's roll into our key race analysis. I'm going to go to race number 9, second level allowance condition, 1.5 miles. Our Callie Kim is the morning line favorite for Brendan Walsh, coming in off of back-to-back wins. She's my second choice. I've got the number 6 horse, Good American, on top. She really flashed something big last time out. Now, this is always going to creep into our mind at this time of the year. Was it Kentucky Downs? Was she just that much better there? But I'm willing to bet that she's just a better filly with the longer distance. Her only other race going this far in the United States was on the synthetic against Stakes Company at Gulfstream Park. But here on this race, she was a horse that was able to win by 3 1/4 lengths, going 1 mile and 5/16. The horse that she beat out of that race, the runner-up finisher, ended up winning her next start. So I'll lean on this filly to continue this role that she established and look for another big performance off of that Kentucky Downs run. Vince Chaminade gets the ride back. Vince Chaminade, I love getting the opportunity to wager on him in turf races, any race really. I think that he's a brilliant rider that sometimes can be overlooked, but he gets it done, and he's riding for Shug McGahee, and that's all you need to know about Vince. The number 1 horse, our Callie Kim, 2 in a row. Yes, makes sense. There's no doubt about it. And then Sabalenka for Whit Beckman. This is her first try since her last win against Allowance Company. She's done nothing but run against stakes types, the Appalachian, the Edgewood, Regret, the Dueling Ground Oaks. I think that she's got a big chance to take a step forward today. But she is facing older fillies and mares. That's what you got to keep in mind with these allowance races, especially the 3-year-old versus older horse aspect of any allowance race at Keeneland this time of the year.
This is the time you expect them to step up. I went right with the same 3 horses, just different order, but I think any one of them is very live. I went to the one, our Callie Kim, on the rail. She's probably going to be the shortest price of that group, too. So I don't blame you for taking a shot with a couple of the others there. 1, 4, 6 for me were the exact same numbers.
Race 8 is where you're going to take us. This is a first-level allowance condition, 6.5 furlongs on the main track for 3 and up. And Bourbon Bash, the morning line favorite for BC Stables, a City of Light colt for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, who was second in the Harrods Creek Stakes most recently at Churchill. He's 1 for 17 lifetime, 5 seconds, 2/3. So most of the money that he has earned over the course of his career has been in these runner-up positions, and it's been a long time since we've seen him win a race.
I'm going with him, though, Scott, but I'm going to tell you that I don't believe he's going to be favored. I really believe the 4 Talkin' Cash is going to be favored for Brad Cox with Tyler Gaffalione, and rightfully so. The horse was impressive winning at Turfway on the synthetic, has speed. This is from the family of hidden assets, so there's potential for Talkin' Cash to be top-level sprinter on the dirt. But my problem is he's only won that maiden race. He's got speed, and there is an abundance of speed in this race. So for me, the 3 Bourbon Bash gets the absolute perfect setup. And yes, I don't like the 1 for 17. But if you look at this race at Saratoga, going 6.5 furlongs in first level allowance company, I mean, he's going to finish third, but he was beaten ahead for all of it. Ludwig was a big price. Bourbon Bash was 20-1, and he gets beat ahead. This is a very good race. He was fanned wide. And he's coming on and trying. If this is just a couple jumps more, he might have even been on even terms with the winner. Joel Rosario picks up the mount, and he exits Stakes Company in his most recent start in the 7 furlong Harrods Creek Bourbon Bash. Was well beaten. I think he's better at the 6.5 furlongs. I know it's not that big of a difference, but I do think it does make a difference for him. I just feel there's a perfect setup for him as far as the pace is concerned. So, and you might get better value than would normally be the case because you've got some other horses in here. I used the 4 Talkin' Cash for second, and then Billy Jack, who has speed, perhaps the fastest of the speed horses, although you didn't really see his best in the mud at St. Louis, at the St. Louis Derby. He was well beaten, but he led the pack until pretty deep in that race. Now gets to shorten up back to 6.5 furlongs for Steve Asmussen with Christian Torres. I actually look for him to bounce right out of the gate and be right on the front end again.
Yeah, he's one to consider as well. I like him. I was there for that St. Louis Derby. It was a proper muddy track, and even got worse after that race as they ran at about mid-card on that evening card over at the FanDuel Racing and Sportsbook venue, formerly Fairmount Park. I've got 3-1-4. The number 1 horse, You Ain't Poppin'. Inside draw, we'll see what Santana can do, but he's 1 for 1 in his career. He earned a pretty solid number in winning his maiden event on debut, 83 Beyer speed figure, which is a strong debut effort. But for me, with Bourbon Bash, his last 2 races have been his best.
Yep.
So, maybe he's just getting good, and hopefully we can ride that wave here today in race number 8. So those are some key races we're taking a look at. Let's take a look now at the Clocker report for this Sunday. And we'll go midway through the card, just about midway through the card. Artemis City Limits in race number 5, the number 10 runner, 48-4, back on the 9th, working here well. Barn 22% in turf sprints, reunites with Luis Saez, is 2 for 2 at the distance. So that's race number 5, the number 10 horse, Artemis City Limits for Joe Sharp. Claimed this horse the last time out, and see if they can get him back on track. I mean, he was running in turf sprint stakes throughout a majority of last year, and now he's in it against Allowance Company in one of these, say it, craftily written allowance races. And then final draft, the 2 in race number 6. So the 10 in race 5, the 2 final draft in race number 6 with a good half-mile work in 47-1.
I'm wishing I saw this Clocker report before I put together my Turf Pick 3, because I definitely would have thrown that horse on the ticket. That is a tough race. It's deep.
Let's take a look at the Turf Pick 3 as well as the late Pick 4. I'll start with the late Pick 4 beginning in race number 6. Now, this is all built around race number 7, Caravel, in there. Race number 7 with the 5 horses a backup as well. I do respect her, so I'm not hoping. I hope that Caravel runs a big race. I think that for so many that she has just been so consistently good over the course of her career, but I'll back myself up with Baystorm. Now, race number 6, the first leg of this 2-year-old maiden race, I don't know. The one luxury about it, and I've got 5 on here, is that it's the first leg, so we can at least see where the action's going. I don't have a strong feel for these good barns that are represented here and strong pedigrees, so we'll see how it shapes out, and pay attention to the tote board in race 6. As far as race 8, skipping past the Franklin Stakes, where I've got 1-5 led by Caravel, 1, 3, and 4, Bourbon Bash, the 1 You Ain't Poppin', the number 4, if you want to add the other, Billy Jack, the number 5, and then 1, 4, 6, and 9 to close things out in that 1.5 mile second level allowance condition. $60 ticket for the late Pick 4 on this Sunday.
Very similar, but singling Caravel on the turf pick 3, which encompasses race 5, race 7, and race 9. I'm going to go deep in that first leg, that 5th race at 5.5 furlong turf sprint, wide open, very tough, using the 4 Heaven Street, the 5 Mark of the Z, the 8, and the 9. Of those, the 8, Cloudy, my top pick for Shug McGahee, then singling Caravel in the Franklin, and we go to the 9th race. We talked about that using the same 3 horses that are on both our tickets, the 1, 4, and 6. And then I'm throwing the 11 on. That's Mally Moo with Flavian Pratt and Todd Pletcher. This daughter of English Channel is coming out of Graded Stakes Company, and she also won the Penn Oaks at a mile. But she's got a great pedigree to stretch out to the 1.5 miles, in my opinion. So I am going to take a shot to throw her on the ticket. If you're going to get more coverage, either the first leg or the last leg, probably the last leg to me, because it's such a question mark who's going to like 1.5 miles here and who's going to improve at it.
So 2 good opportunities, once again, great opportunities once again today at Keeneland on this Sunday. Sales grad spotlight time. Let's go to that 6th race, which will start the late pick 4, second leg of the late pick 5, third leg of the pick 6 today, and focus in on Dwayne Lucas's runner, Happy Talk, Keeneland sales graduate of $175,000. She's a daughter of Arrogate for Dwayne Lucas. Well-bred, stakes placed first dam, half-sister to a stakes winner, good workouts at Churchill Downs. And I'm not going to lie, the Arrogate aspect crept into my mind with Dwayne Lucas. We so often see these trainers with particular pedigrees and knowing how to manage them and do well with them. Secret Oath came to mind, obviously, with that great filly that Dwayne's done such a great job with, and this is an Arrogate filly. So I think Happy Talk definitely deserves a lot of respect today. The Keeneland Sale Grad Spotlight, owned in part by some Coolmore connections. So some heavy hitters with Happy Talk in race 6.
She's basically a half-sister to Lauban,
which
is very good and training very well, too, it appears. So 6th race is really going to be a fun race to watch. But there's some other races. You and I are on the same race, but with different horses in our best angles.
Yeah, let's get after it. This is a 2-year-old filly event. First level allowance condition, optional $100,000 tag. Show off on the outside in this field of 6 is the 8-5 favorite for Brad Cox. She broke her maiden on turf. Now she moves over to the dirt today for Gary and Mary West. She's got a pedigree that suggests that she should be able to handle it, and she sprung an upset that day. She was nearly 17-1 when she won on debut at Kentucky Downs in the early days of that meeting. Korb, I could confirm with Kurt Becker on this one. I believe it's Korb for the Wertheimers, the number 1 horse. I think she moves forward with 2 turns. Her debut run at Ellis Park was solid. The filly that was back in 3rd would come back and run a hugely improved effort in her next start at Churchill Downs. So I respect that, and she didn't have the cleanest start. They tried her in the Grade 3 Pocahontas, as you would a month later. Finished 4th that day behind Vivi's Dream, who we saw put a good account of herself together in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades on opening day last week here at Keeneland. So I'll go to the 1 horse and play a daily double, 1 to 4 in the number race number 2, I should say. Race 2 to 3, excuse me, I'm mixing it up. Race 2, daily double, doubles roll all through the day, 1 for a $10 ticket, as I believe the 4 in this race might be scratched. I may have mistakenly put that in. We'll clean that up, but nonetheless, I do like the number 1 horse in race number 2 today here at Keeneland. I do have the number 5 horse on top in there, Yolanda Who. I believe that's what it's supposed to be. I probably messed up with my email earlier in the week, so we'll go 1-5 and that daily double, Yolanda Who. I think will be very tough today for Tom Amos back in for 20.
The second race, for me, it's all about show off, and I really thought moving from turf to dirt, the daughter of Looking at Lucky would actually be better on the main track than she even was at Kentucky Downs, and she beat Cairo Street by 5 lengths. Cairo came back to win very, very easily here in an impressive race. So I think the form is definitely there for show off as we take another look at her just skipping along. She also is, I think, bred to continue handling distances by Looking at Lucky out of a tail of the cap mare. Kind of gives her the best of all worlds as far as brilliance and speed. she wasn't as fluid as she can be on the dirt. She was kind of skipping and hopping a little bit on the turf course and still able to win for fun. Going the mile, it sets her up really nicely for the mile and a 16th, and the outside post doesn't bother me too much. In fact, given the fact that there's speed to her inside, I think it's better rather than her be in between horses and under a lot of pressure. So show off for me, I'm using Corb. Is that what we agreed on? Or Corbe?
Corb, I believe.
Corb in the second spot, and the 2, Ripperton, who's trying 2 turns for the first time, a daughter of Constitution, in the third spot. And I'm just going to do a straight trifecta, 6, 1, 2. You could play a little bit underneath the 6, but you definitely have to take a stand that if you believe the 6 is the best horse in the race, that one is the winner, and then trifecta is probably the way to go. Or else you could single her in the pick 4, because there is a pick 4 that starts, pick 3 and pick 4 that starts with race 2.
Those are our best angles of the day. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot of the day.
Our long shot play on today's card comes in the very first race. It's number 7, Dario. I know the form doesn't look good, but the main thing here is this horse is dropping from straight maiden company into maiden claiming company, and that often produces a big move forward. Also, look back at the debut race. That was a really good effort. 4th beaten only 2 here at Keeneland. And it's Kenny McPeak, and he points for the Keeneland meets, so you have to think Dario might have a good shot on the class drop in race 1.
So that's race number 1, Dario, the number 7 horse today at Keeneland, a maiden 30 to get things started at 7 furlong start of the early pick 5. Chilly Sunday, great racing action ahead, featuring Caravel, who is looking to defend her title and launch herself back to a title defense in the Breeders' Cup. She's going to have a busy schedule. Here today, Breeders' Cup out to Santa Anita, and then right back for the Keeneland November sale, and all worth it for her and her connections, because these are some crucial weeks. Yeah.
You're following her.
Same travel schedule. Me and Caravel, we're going to be packing our bags at the end of the month and then right back to Keeneland for the November sale. Have a great Sunday.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
Toyota began a revolution over 20 years ago with this iconic name, the Prius. A revolution that saved 139 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions, leading the way toward carbon neutrality as part of Toyota's Beyond Zero vision. With more electrified choices, including hybrid versions of the best-selling Camry and RAV4, and the new battery electric BZ4X. Toyota is electrified, diversified, and we're always looking to make a positive impact on the planet and society. Toyota, let's go places.
She's all the talk. I bet 5,000,003. 3 in the ring, 3 in the ring, 2 here in the ring, 3. Where 5,000,002, 5,000,003. On EC now, 5,000,003. 3, 4, 4. Go ahead, Ease. 4, 4,000,005. 4,000,004. 4,000,005. Oh my, 4,000,004. I got 5,000,005, 5,000,006. 36 all through. Well, thank you what you did do. 5,000,005 and in the back, 5,500,000. And good luck.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes Central Kentucky Youth Orchestra to the paddock. The Central Kentucky Youth Orchestra is celebrating its 76th season of providing music education in the bluegrass. CKYO provides music education and performance opportunities for over 450 students in Central Kentucky each year through 6 performing orchestras. Dedicated to the equitable access of music education, CKYO also operates 2 community music initiatives, Music Works and Friends in Music, for students in underserved neighborhoods and schools in Fayette County. At this time, we ask that you would please rise as you are able for our national anthem. Keeneland is proud to recognize Ann Oakman from the ticket office as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Ann.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the 3rd floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and 3rd floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the finish line room and green room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time for a look at the track and turf conditions presented by John Deere. Main track is fast and the turf listed good. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a check of the program changes beginning in the first race. Race 1, where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also the early pick 5 will get underway. In the opener, Scratch the 6 Valuable Cargo. That's in the first race, Scratch the 6 Valuable Cargo. Second race start of the early pick 4, no changes in race 2. Third race, Scratch the 4, You're Avoiding Me. That's the third race, Scratch the 4, You're Avoiding Me. Fourth event is where the pick 6 gets underway, no carryover today. In that fourth race, Scratch number 2, Generation. Also scratch number 9, Gordy's Label, and scratch number 10, Tex Coco. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 2, Generation. Scratch 9, Gordy's Label, and scratch 10, Tex Coco. There's a jockey change in that race on number 3, My Uncle Frank. The jockey has been changed to Joel Rosario. That's the fourth race. Number 3, My Uncle Frank. The jockey will be Joel Rosario. Race 5, start of the late pick 5, also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. In that fifth race, take out the also eligibles as well as the main track onlys. 13, 14, 15, and 16 are scratched. Sixth race. Start of the late pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race. Seventh event, the featured Grade 2 Franklin. Scratch number 7, Star Guest. That's the featured seventh race. Scratch number 7, Star Guest. Eighth race has no changes. Ninth and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 2, Highland Grace. Scratch the 12, Stir Crazy. And scratch 13, Scratch Cat. That's in the ninth and final race. Scratch the 2, Highland Grace. Also scratch number 12, Stir Crazy, and number 13, Scratch Cat. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Caton Bradar.
Happy Sunday, Kurt Becker. 9 races in front of us. Main track is fast. Turf listed as good as it was yesterday, as we did get some rain over the course of the afternoon. Not a lot of rain, but still similar conditions to what we saw yesterday when it comes to the turf course. The turf rail set at 20 feet. So do keep that in mind and have handicapping those turf races today, which includes our featured event. It's the Grade 2 Franklin Stakes. Caravel coming into this race looking to defend her title and add to her CV, which to this point in time includes 15 victories and over $1.9 million in earnings. She's a Keeneland graduate and will be sold at the upcoming Keeneland November sale, along with her first dam, ZZ Zoom Zoom, who's pregnant to justify. She'll run here, Caravel, onto the Breeders' Cup, and then right back for the November sale.
3 for 3 at Keeneland. Absolutely loves this course, although this will be yet another new thing for her to try, breaking from the inside on good ground with the rail out. But 20 feet seems to be that she should be able to handle it. She'll be one of the shorter prices on the day. It's worth noting, though, just an average Sunday at Keeneland, you've got 2 Breeders' Cup winners. Caravel taking on Twilight Gleaming, who back in 2021 was successful in the Breeders' Cup. Last couple races were subpar, and you have to wonder, can she rebound in a tough field like this? But you know the talent is there, and you've got Wesley Ward and Johnny Velasquez teaming up.
Yeah, she's looking to bounce back after a subpar effort at Del Mar, but we know Wesley Ward and the Stone Street team more than capable of getting that phenomenal filly back in form today. But she's got to tackle a giant in recent history in the turf sprint division. Last year's Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint winner, Caravel, is our headliner in our headlining race, the Grade 2 Franklin Stakes, race number 7 on this 9-race card. Race number 1 is coming up. Race number 1 coming up here at Keeneland Racecourse, maiden $30,000 claiming event, 7 furlongs the distance. And I'm going to go to the horse on the inside, Sunset Town for L&N Racing. Drew way outside in 2 starts in his career. Post 12 of 12 in both of those runs against tougher company today. So on the flip side, draws post 1. Today, drops down in a maiden 30, and I think has to be very well respected. 9-1, a great price on a horse that ran against Lugan Knight and Carcano on debut, then tried Kentucky Downs. But this is just a different scenario completely for the one-horse Sunset Town. Steve Asmussen with Christian Torres, the rider.
You know, I liked the one Sunset Town and definitely included in my top 3, but I went to the outside. I'm looking for a little price in here. I'm very surprised it's this big a price, though, and it does give me pause. The 9 Derrick for Brad Cox is dropping to an all-time low, $30,000 claiming. This is a horse who started in the maiden special weight ranks, ran disappointing effort at 1 1/16 at Churchill Downs for $75,000, but that actually can be a salty group of horses. I also thought Derrick got bumped around a little bit and had some excuses. He has trained really well since that race. He is based over at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. We've seen Brad ship horses in from all his divisions with success, and he's definitely adept at dropping horses down. The son of Arrogate, third place finish in that maiden special weight is probably good enough to win. That was a 2-turn race. We shorten up just a little bit to about 7 furlongs, but I do think that the 7 furlongs will flatter him. He'll be able to sit a little off the pace and come running late with Tyler Gaffleone. He's going to be my top choice.
Lots of mischief should settle off the pace as well. That's the 2-horse for JMS Stables, 13-1. Not taking the drop down in class that so many of these others are, but has been at levels like this. And I think that the added distance could be a big plus. Might even sit a little bit closer if the pace isn't too quick out in front of him. So I'll take another shot with a price runner in my second slot, the number 9 horse. The number 2 horse, excuse me. That is your second choice. I'm talking about your horse. I'm talking myself now into this gelding.
Well, I liked what you were having to say. A second start off the layoff for lots of mischief. And yes, I think he can sit a little bit closer. He's been even up till now, but this is his second start back off the layoff, and he's shown a little bit of improvement with every start. So I just think he's sitting on a better race than he's run up till now. We saw Joe Talamo pick up a win yesterday. I think Joe can possibly get him into the race. This field doesn't have an abundance of early speed, but I'll go to your horse since you went to mine. The 4 Airborne Elite moves turf to dirt. And I was intrigued. This is a big drop from maiden special weight for Carlo Beccarezza. All his horses have been well spotted, and the move back to the main track definitely helps.
Get a good look at these horses down here in the paddock as they get set to move front side. Race number 1. Now 15 minutes to post, the about 7 furlong distance, maiden 30 claimer, 3 and up. And this one does start the early pick 5 for 50 cents at Keeneland. Happy Sunday.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maidens, age 3 and up, a $30,000 claiming price. Beard course distance about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 6, Valuable Cargo. Number 6 is scratched. Race 1 starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick 3s. Also starts the early pick 5. The main track is fast. Turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Post time, 6 minutes for race 1.
With less than 5 minutes to post, look at the 3 Dream Within a Dream, who made a beautiful appearance in the paddock. This is a leggy gelding by midshipman who's had a bit more experience than most of the others in the field. 8 starts lifetime, his best finish. A 4th for maiden 40,000 over at Saratoga, going 5.5 furlongs, that I think is shy of his ideal distance because he doesn't necessarily show a lot of early speed, though he's coming out of some very fast races. Class drop here from the maiden 75,000, maiden 50,000 range. And Luis Saez getting the assignment could put this good-looking horse a little over the top. I look for him to sit a closer trip and like everything that I'm seeing from him. On the rail, the 1 at 8-1, Sunset Town is taking that big class drop from maiden special weight to maiden claimers and moving turf to dirt as well. I think this horse could be the likely pace setter in the field. I'm not sure if that's a good thing at the about 7 furlong distance down on the inside. No question about what the tactics are going to be for Christian Torres. Try to get away from the gate cleanly. It's a very strong angle for Steve Asmussen going maiden special weight to maiden claiming, and I thought Sunset Town looked sharp and on his toes. The long shot play for Tom Leach, the 7, Dario, was a very happy horse on the track, coming out of maiden special weights as well. And this guy debuted at Keeneland on October 23rd of 2022, so just about a year ago, for maiden 150,000 and was only beaten a couple lengths. The winner that day, Aristocracy, was a pretty solid competitor, came back to win again and looked to have a bright future. So at that point in time, he was running into some tough company, was only beaten a couple lengths for all of it, and it seems like 7 furlongs or about 7 furlongs certainly suits with his kind of sit back, wait, and make one long run type of style. The favorite, though, at 6-5 is going to be the 9, Derek. I don't think that'll change very much before we get to post time. Big, strong, strapping colt by Arrogate. Looks like he could run a lot longer, but I like the fact that he is shortening up from 1 mile and 1 1/16 to the about 7 furlong distance. If you look at his race at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it was his best in his debut for maiden special weight. He finished a respectable third as the favorite. And if he duplicates that effort, and there's reason to believe that he can, sitting just that stalking just off the pace type of trip, then he's going to be very, very tough to beat. Works are very good. Price is not. It's going to be short.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Go Cats moves into line. Dream Within a Dream, now Derek. Airborne Elite goes in. Battleborn, the last one. Moves in. They're at the post. And they're off. Sunset Town, quick into stride. Derek is there up on the outside. And here comes Airborne Elite from in between horses as well. Derek on the far outside has the lead. Airborne Elite is second between horses by a half length. Sunset Town up close in third position. Battleborn fourth on the far outside. Jewel Quist moves by now, takes fourth, moves up to challenge for third as they head up the back stretch. And then further back, Dream Within a Dream is sixth down toward the rail. Dario is in the seventh position as they head for the turn. And then Lots of Mischief next to last, joined by Go Cats, who's wide at the back, opening quarter, 22.63 seconds. Derek, the leader. Derek against the rail and leads it by just a length as Jewel Quist goes second on the outside ahead, and Airborne Elite now moves up a closer third, now taking second and neck, a length off the leader. Sunset Town further back is in fourth and running 4 lengths off the lead, and is followed by Battleborn in fifth. Outside of Dream Within a Dream, Go Cats is wide around the far turn and still 8 lengths from the front, top of the lane. It is Derek to the inside, Jewel Quist far outside, Airborne Elite in between that pair, and Sunset Town in behind them in fourth, and Airborne Elite has the lead now. Derek is dropping back toward the inside. It is Airborne Elite with the lead by 3. Sunset Town is running but second, and running out of time. 16th pole because Airborne Elite is just drawing off now. Airborne Elite in front, 5-6 lengths to the good. Jamie Torres aboard. Airborne Elite takes the opener. Sunset Town was across the line in the second position, followed by Battleborn and Go Cats.
Four, 1, and 10 here in the opener, led by Airborne Elite off the off of that most recent performance at Churchill Downs on turf, back onto dirt and into the winner's circle for the first time in his career, tracked off that fast pace set by the favorite.
Yeah, apprentice Jamie Torres did a good job of just maintaining a nice position, sitting in stalking position, then steadily advancing, and then just going on from there. Sure looks like this one could go around again, maybe more distance, but 9-2 square price on the turf to dirt move for Airborne Elite.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 4, Airborne Elite, was first. Number 1, Sunset Town, was second. Number 10, Battleborn, third. And number 8, Go Cats, was fourth. 4-1-10-8 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's first race official: 4-1-10-8. The official results. Official winner of Keeneland's first in the winner's circle, number 4, Airborne Elite, owned by Joseph Mbesi, trained by Carlo Vaccarezza, Jamie Torres, the jockey. Airborne Elite, a 3-year-old gelded son of Army Mule out of Serene Sophia by Giants Causeway, bred in Kentucky by Emerald Edge Stud. Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 29.08 seconds. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here, and also the start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, the turf good, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Race 2 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in this second race. Looking ahead to the third. In that third race, scratch the 4, You're Avoiding Me. Third race, scratch the 4, You're Avoiding Me. Fourth race, scratch number 2, Generation. Scratch the 9, Gordy's Label. And scratch number 10, Tex Coco. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 2, Generation. Scratch the 9, Gordy's Label. And scratch the 10, Tex Coco. A reminder, the jockey for number 3, My Uncle Frank, will be Joel Rosario. Number 3, My Uncle Frank, the jockey, will be Joel Rosario. And in race 5, take out 13, 14, 15, and 16. They do not draw into the race.
Race number 2, 2-year-old fillies. They'll be going 1 1/16 miles, a 2-turn event, first wire finish, short stretch for these young runners to deal with here today and try to win around the 2 turns here today. First leg of the early pick 4 for 50 cents, and Corb is the favorite as it stands right now. This is the Quality Road filly that was a winner on debut at Ellis, then tried the Grade 3 Pocahontas Stakes. That was a 1-turn race at 1 mile, so first time going 2 turns for this filly, and the pedigree to take a big leap forward here under Luis Saez. My top selection, 3-2 on the board right now for Todd Pletcher.
I have Corb second, and a lot of respect for this filly, who I think will be a better horse around 2 turns. But I went to the second choice, rather, behind her at 9-5. That's the 6, Show Off. Daughter of Looking at Lucky, who makes her second start, moving from the turf to the dirt. I actually think she might prefer the dirt. I thought, though she was able to win, she was just showing her talent, but not necessarily her preference on the turf at Kentucky Downs. She kind of crow-hopped a little bit over the course. She wasn't as fluid as I think she can be on the dirt. She has continued to train well since that win, which was in front-running fashion and through some pretty solid fractions, but was also on a course that favored that style. She beat a good horse in Cairo Street, who came back to win on Wednesday here at Keeneland. So I think that the competition was there in that last race that Show Off was able to beat. And Brad Cox, 29%, coming back with horses that won their most recent start. She just is a good-looking filly who I think can be very good on the dirt, and I think 2 turns will be her strength as well.
The number 2 horse, Ripperton, she was a debut winner at Ellis, as like Corb, the number 1 horse, and then she's faced stakes company in her subsequent 2 starts. She was runner-up behind Hot Beach in the Debutante Stakes at Ellis in August, and she was also part of the Pocahontas, in which she drew post 1 and just could never really get a position from post 1 in that very quickly run race. The reality is the race will not be run as fast as that 1-turn mile Pocahontas at Churchill Downs here this afternoon. So I think she's got a big opportunity to go ahead and take a step back to what we've seen from her in the past. And even in defeat, she ran well. So Ripperton at 7-1, that's a good price on a horse that I could make a very strong case for, and hope that I have here for OXO Equine and trainer Paulo Lobo.
You know, though she did stretch out to the mile in the Pocahontas, that's a 1-turn mile. So this will be her first opportunity to race around 2 turns, and I think that's a game changer, especially with her pedigree by constitution. That second in the debutante wasn't a fluke. I thought it was a very, very solid effort. And then she came back against the likes of Vivi's Dream, who's among the top fillies in the division. I think she just maybe wasn't quite ready for that step, and definitely not for the pace, but it'll be different this time around. Draws a nice inside post to save some ground with Christian Torres. Has to be respected in here. One of several that I think could really benefit from the distance, but I do like her credentials.
And floored the same as far as could improve with distance. The number 3 horse, Floored, for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. This is a Keeneland September sale grad from the 2022 September sale. Big improvement in start 2 of her career. She got that win in that race on the 21st of September, her last event, by way of disqualification. She was second under the wire at 32-1, and they placed her first in that race. And Vicky Oliver is shown many times before that she can spring those types of upsets, whether it's at Churchill or Keeneland and all tracks around the country. So Floored going 2 turns for the first time. This is a filly by Curlin, who is very good as a stallion, one of the best in the world. Race number 2 begins the early pick 4 here today at Keeneland, less than 15 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Manchester Allowance Optional Claiming Race, for a price of $100,000. 2-year-old fillies at 1 1/16 over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in race 2. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here, and also start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast. The turf is good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Post time at 7 minutes.
Looking at Umabashi, the number 5 horse, 12-1, biggest price in this field, but not a overwhelming price to think that she's being completely discounted at 12-1. A lot of advantages when you look at this filly's form. She's got a 2-turn win. That was at Churchill going 1 1/16, and she's a daughter of Justify, that Triple Crown champion, and who's had a wonderful year with this latest crop of 2-year-olds worldwide.
You get the feeling that she's just starting to put it all together. She debuted against Ripperton, who comes back in this race, but we saw what Ripperton did, finishing second in the debutante and 5th then in the Pocahontas against that fast pace, and then made that big transition to the 1 1/16 and improved dramatically. And I could see her continuing to improve. She looks just as good. In fact, I believe she looks a little bit better, just as far as flesh, the weight she's carrying and how she carried herself in the paddock than she did last time she ran. And she ran a big race last time out, sitting that stalking trip. I could see her come back with a nice effort. She, by the way, is named for a Japanese plum. Mary Nixon, her owner with Storyteller Racing, telling me that when she was born, she was the exact same color, a beautiful, rich color, as a specific Japanese plum. So that's how she got her name.
Best of luck to them and the entire team behind Umabashi, 13-1. Let's go back over to the 3-horse Floored, who's 5-1. Her trainer, Vicky Oliver, telling me that she's always felt that the longer these races get, the better she's going to be. And I said, well, what is it about that gives you that sense? I know she's got that pedigree. And she said in her works, she gets better the longer the works get. And speaking of pedigrees, this is a half-sister to Constitution, that top stallion, and the stallion of the number 2 horse, Ripperton. So all in the family between the 2 and the 3 from that Constitution line. Floored for G. Watts Humphrey Jr., needing some focus here to get with the pony. She kind of shied a bit from the pony when they were going the wrong way, but back going the right way and feeling good in the cool conditions here at Keeneland.
She's just very racy, Scott. I noticed that in the paddock, too. She's just got that kind of thinner, lankier type of physique. She's tucked up. She looks really good, but she's also a little bit trying to give everybody, keep them on their toes, I guess you would say. She's very sharp and feeling good and enjoying the cool, crisp weather. And I think that she kind of seems as if she enjoys being a little mischievous as well. But Rafael Bejarano knows her. He rode her last time, and he seems to have her number.
Yeah, she is just playing about there a bit and strutting her stuff as well under Rafael Bejarano. 3 minutes to post. There's the favorite, Corb, for the Wertheimers and Todd Pletcher. 3-2, holding as the favorite. Start of the pick four, early pick four comes next here at Keeneland. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Manchester, start of the early pick four. Moving into line, race two. Three left to load. Peignoir comes forward. Umaboshi approaches the gate, moves into line. Show Off, the last to load. Show Off goes into the gate. First wire at the post. They're off. Umaboshi broke alertly from the outside, and Ripperton has early speed as well. Ripperton goes to the front. Umaboshi will go second, and Peignoir third. Then Corb back toward the inside. Show Off from the outside. Floored is last, heading onto the turn. Ripperton has the lead, stays outward from the rail, has the lead, a lane off the rail by a length. Umaboshi moves up in second, a half length, now moves up just off the leader's flank. In the meantime, Peignoir settles down toward the rail in the third position, a half length. Show Off is fourth and draws alongside of her. Floored is between that pair, and Corb is now shuffled out to last, 24.84 seconds. 5 lengths front to back. They head on to the back stretch. Umaboshi right alongside of Ripperton for the lead. Ripperton does have a head in front. Umaboshi is second by a length. Show Off tries to join them, moves up closer third to the far outside, and then Peignoir back toward the inside. Floored is in between horses next to last, and Corb is still the trailer, 4 from the front as they head for the far turn. 50.48 seconds the time for the first half mile. Back up front, Ripperton, the leader, a half length. Umaboshi, second a length. Show Off going to be wide to the turn once again. Still there in third by just a neck. Painoir to the inside. Korb is starting to angle toward the center of the track from last. Floored is in between horses at the back. Now Korb comes from the outside. Painoir looking for room toward the inside. Ripperton giving up the lead now past the quarter pole as Korb moves up. Ripperton tries to respond. Now these two go at it off the far turn, but Korb is moving by for a narrow lead. Ripperton is second. And then Painoir changes lanes to the far outside in third. Into the final furlong of the short stretch, it is Korb who's in front from Ripperton. 2 lengths between them, then a gap of 4 more back to Painoir. It is Korb with Luis Saez. Korb to win it. Ripperton home second, Painoir third, and Floored came up the inside to get fourth.
One, two, four, three as Korb made her move around the turn, loops the field, and goes on with it. First time going 2 turns here today. The 6-5 favorite, Daughter of Quality Road, getting better with the added distance.
Very professional effort here for this filly, and I think the others are still experiencing growing pains as far as just running in spurts and not quite as focused, but boy, Korb took it to him today, and the 2 turns certainly does the trick.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: number 1, Korb, finished first. Number 2, Ripperton, second. Number 4, Painoir, third. And number 3, Floored, finished fourth. 1, 2, 4, 3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Manchester, the unofficial winner, number 1, Korb, owned and bred in Kentucky by Wertheimer and Frere of Alon and Gerard Wertheimer. Todd Pletcher is the trainer, and Luis Saez is the jockey. Korb, a 2-year-old daughter of Quality Road out of Hysteric by Unbridled Song. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 48.11 seconds. Second race results official. 1, 2, 4, 3, the official results for Keeneland's second race. In the winner's circle, the Manchester Trophy presentation to the connections of Corb. Keeneland's third race upcoming, featuring double and pick 3 wagering. Main track fast, turf listed good today. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In the third race, scratch the 4, You're Avoiding Me. Scratch number 4, You're Avoiding Me. Fourth race, scratch the 2, Generation. Scratch number 9, Gordy's Label. And scratch number 10, Texcoco. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 2, Generation. Scratch number 9, Gordy's Label. And scratch number 10, Texcoco. Jockey for number 3, My Uncle Frank, will be Joel Rosario. Number 3, My Uncle Frank, the jockey, Joel Rosario. And looking ahead to race 5, take out the also eligibles and the main track onlys. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 3 comes up next here at Keeneland. $20,000 claiming event. Fillies and mares 3 and up, which have not won 3 races lifetime, or straight 3-year-old fillies that do not have a win-restricted eligibility to enter into this race. 6 furlongs the distance, and scratch the number 4 horse. The favorite is the number 5 right now. My top play, Yolanda Who for Tom Amos and Maggie Moss, a Kozan filly who dropped in for the 20 last time out at Churchill Downs and showed speed that day, going 6.5, cuts back in distance by a half of a furlong from Churchill over here to Keeneland, and I think more than anything has found the right group to improve with the cutback in distance, and just simply, even if she runs back to that kind of race, and obviously it's a different race being a shorter race today, I think that effort is good enough to handle this bunch here today in race number 3.
Scott, I am right there with you. I actually put her in second, thought that she did have a chance to win in a really competitive group. I'd like the fact that her last was pretty good. I thought an improvement, and she'll be fitter this time around. But I also like the fact that though she has speed, she can also sit a little off the pace, and I think that's going to be key because there are quite a few horses that could show speed in here. A little bit of an up for grabs type of situation with the pace, but the 2, Sunday Grace, is my top choice. That filly sitting on the board at 7-2 is taking the blinkers off. And in her most recent start against Allowance Company at Horseshoe Indianapolis, she just really was done early, had nothing, no fight at all. I don't think that race will take anything out of her. Maybe she didn't like shipping. That can happen from time to time. Horse just doesn't travel well to another place. If you look at a race prior to that at Ellis Park, it was very solid against a similar group to this one. At 3/4 of a mile with the blinkers off, I'm wondering if she might sit close to the pace again, as she did real early in her career when she broke her maiden. She's kind of tangled from time to time with really tough horses like Twilight Gleaming, who only beat her a length in the Mamselle. This is going back a while, but more recently she was very flat, but met the likes of Coffee Maker. There's no Coffee Maker in this particular field. This is a much easier spot. So I thought with Louis Saez picking up the mount and coming back to Keeneland, she could be a factor in here at a price. To me, this is a race where anybody has a chance.
Yeah, Gormley-esque. She's 3-1 right now. This is a filly. That's the 8 horse, my third choice in here. I've got the 2 in that second slot. She's won 3 of 9 starts this season. They've come at Mountaineer. She's got speed, though. But I just, more than anything, like talking about the favorite, the number 5 horse, Yolanda Who, feel that she's found the right group to be competitive and even potentially spring a very mild upset as the second choice at 3-1. When she's at her best, she breaks sharp and goes on with it. This will be tougher. There's no question about it. But you got to respect the action that Gormley-esque, the 8, is taking right now with 16 minutes to post.
And then I use the 10 at 6-1, and it's kind of the same rationale. I think, though her last wasn't her best, at her best, she's good enough to win with this group. And she can sit forwardly. She doesn't have to be on the lead. She probably won't be. But if she runs the same type of race she did at Ellis on August 4th, where she sits just off the pace setters, and from her outside post, I think she should be able to do that. She could come up with a big effort. She ran away from that field. Granted, an easier group of horses than what she's facing here, but I don't think a substantially tougher group today. So something to keep in mind. She has a little touch of class going back to some of her earlier races, and that recent win tells me that she could do it again.
It's race number 3 on this Sunday card, the third of 9 events here this afternoon on the main track, fast main track here today at Keeneland. Good luck. Doubles continue to roll, as do pick threes, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering, also available here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 6th race, and overweight to report. In today's 6th race, number 10, Cozy Rags, the jockey, 2 pounds over. 6th race, number 10, Cozy Rags, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, $20,000 the claiming prize, fillies and mares age 3 and up. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 4, You're Avoiding Me. Double and pick 3 wagering, post time at 5 minutes.
Just under 4 minutes to post, and the horse is warming up on this brisk afternoon. The 8, Gormley-esque, looks as good as a horse can look. This 3-year-old filly is coming off a win and, in fact, has been successful in 3 of her last 4 starts, but they were at Mountaineer Park. She did manage a second, though, in a maiden claiming race at Churchill Downs prior to traveling to West Virginia. She does get class relief, though she's going from Mountaineer allowance to beaten claiming competition here. It's probably about the same. She was running really well, though, with the best in the category that the location had to offer, and I think that's a key thing, even in mistake to discount competition just because it's overall a lesser circuit than what she's racing at now. She knows how to win. She's got good early speed, and she looks tremendous out on the track at 4-1 odds. The other horse who caught my eye was the 5. That's Yolanda Hu. She is breathing fire. You can see her just on the muscle, really keen eye, ears are pricked. She's looking for anything that's going on and looks like she's ready to pounce or explode. But I think it's a good energy level as long as it stays controlled and dialed down. Edgar Morales has his feet out of the irons just in an effort to get her to relax just a little bit, kind of telling her that you can wait, just settle down for now and wait until you get into the starting gate to get all geared up and pumped up. She has shown speed, did last time off the layoff, and this time should be a little bit fitter and able to carry her speed a little bit farther, but she definitely looks razor sharp on the board as the favorite right now at 3-1.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line, third race. Jen and Sin moves into line. Gormley-esque into the gate. Yolanda Hu moves in. Liam's last comes forward. Ship It, the last to load. Moves in. They're at the post. And they're off. Gormley-esque is there with Ship It toward the far outside. Yolanda Hu is there as well from in between horses as they head up the backstretch. Beach Kitten showing some early speed here to get to the front by just a head as they go to the far turn. Beach Kitten has the lead by a half length now. Gormley-esque is second up on the outside. And then Sunday Grace followed by Yolanda Hu in fourth. And then Miss Foxanne back toward the rail in fifth. Ship It goes sixth. Sunday Grace is now dropping out toward the back of the pack around the turn. Dogwood's Millie Jane moves by her from the outside along with Liam's Lass, and Jen and Sin is the trailer. Back up front, Beach Kitten. Ship It swings up to the far outside. Gormley-esque between that pair, and then Yolanda Hu, 22.34 for the opening quarter. They turn for home. Ship It moves forward for the lead off the far turn, and now starts to drive up on the outside as they come into the final furlong for a two-length lead. It is Yolanda Hu in second, moving into the final furlong. Ship It, Yolanda Hu is still trying. Late run, Miss Foxanne. 16th pole. Here comes Yolanda Hu alongside Ship It. Miss Foxanne third. Yolanda Hu wins it. Ship It home second. Miss Foxanne third. Liam's Lass fourth.
Yolanda Hu at odds of 5-2 for Tom Amos and Maggie Moss, able to run down the number 10, who had a clear advantage at this point in time. The 5 even ducked in a bit there, but then the 10 did maybe one path, that being the number 10 horse Ship It. But Yolanda Hu at odds of 5-2 gets the win as the second choice.
You know, after fighting her way through a fast early pace, Ship It gets just a tad bit tired, but Yolanda Hu was very well measured by Edgar Morales, who kind of harnessed that speed and that energy that she had to perfection, timed his move just right to run on by Keith Asmussen and Ship It and get the victory here at 5-2.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 5, Yolanda Hu was first. Number 10, Ship It was second. Number 1, Miss Foxanne third. And number 9, Liam's Lass fourth. 5-10-1-9 unofficial. Objection sign posted at Keeneland. There is a claim of foul that does concern the unofficial winner. The jockey of number 1, Miss Foxanne, which finished third, has lodged a claim of foul against the unofficial winner, number 5, Yolanda Hu. So a claim of foul is pending concerning the unofficial first and third place finishers. Please hold all tickets. The unofficial result is 5-10-1-9. Split screen program feed. Head on view. Hold all tickets. No change. No change in the result. The result will stand as is, 5-10-1-9. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, number 5, Yolanda Hu, the official winner. Owned by Maggie Moss, trained by Tom Amos, the jockey Edgar Morales. Yolanda Hu, 3-year-old filly by Kozan, out of Wishful Melody by Song and a Prayer. Bred in New Mexico by Sam Stevens and Sammy Stevens. 1 minute 13.73 seconds the time for the 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Results are official, 5-10-1-9. We direct your attention to the Winner's Circle at this time. Today is Kids Club Family Day, presented by Kentucky Children's Hospital. Kentucky Children's Hospital's adolescent medicine program provides comprehensive and multidisciplinary health care to adolescents. Keeneland thanks Kentucky Children's Hospital for their continued partnership. Today we are joined by Dr. Stephanie Stockberger, Director of the Adolescent Medicine, Young Parents Teen Taught Program, and Holly Powers, the Practice Manager of the Adolescent Medicine Program. They are joined by Keeneland's Senior Director of Operations and Community Relations, Kara Heisen-Buttle. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering offered here. It's also start of the pick 6. No carryover today. Main track is fast. The turf is good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Race number 4 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Again, main track is fast. In that fourth race, scratch the 2 Generation. Also scratch the 9 Gordy's Label and scratch the 10 Texcoco. Scratch the 2 Generation, scratch 9 Gordy's Label, and scratch 10 Texcoco. A reminder, the jockey for number 3, My Uncle Frank, jockey is Joel Rosario. Number 3, My Uncle Frank, jockey is Joel Rosario. Race 5, take out the also eligibles as well as the main track only. They did not draw into the race. 13 through 16 do not draw in. 6th event, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. A reminder also, in that 6th race today, there is an overweight, number 10, Cozy Rags, the jockey, 2 pounds over. 6th race, the 10, Cozy Rags, jockey, 2 pounds over. 7th race is the featured Franklin, scratch number 7, Star Guest. That's the 7th race feature, scratch number 7, Star Guest. 8th race has no changes at this time. 9th and final race, scratch the 2, Highland Grace. Also scratch the 12, Stir Crazy, and number 13, Scratch Cat. That's the 9th and final race. Scratch 2, Highland Grace. Also scratch 12, Stir Crazy, and scratch 13, Scratch Cat.
Race number 4 begins Keeneland's pick 6 for this Sunday. Scratch the 2, the 9, and the 10. So down to a field of 9. The favorite is Desert Wolf, the number 1 horse, who we'll talk about in a moment. I'm going to go against the favorite to my Uncle Frank. Joel Rosario is the new named rider on the number 3 horse. So rider change there. Brittany Vandenberg, the trainer of this gelding, telling me that he's a big son of Hardspun, and they feel that he just doesn't like the turf. And they claimed him for $30,000 last time out. Bring him back for 20. His dirt race is light years better, in my opinion, than either of his 2 turf races. So back on a better surface, in for 20, 4-1, good price in a situation where I think that maybe Desert Wolf is being overplayed a bit here, the number 1 horse in race number 4.
Brittany's horses have been well spotted throughout this meet, as well as Kentucky Downs. I'm also trying to beat the favorite. I went to the 7 Exemplified with Ricardo Santana Jr. riding this one last time out at 1 1/8. Finished second, was closing. He doesn't have an abundance of early speed. He's somewhat one-paced, but he was very competitive at this level last out. And if he just improves a little bit, he should be right there. I am a little concerned about the pace scenario, but with so many horses stretching out, I think he'll have a legitimate pace to try to run down here. And I think 7-1 seems more than fair on a horse who was just second at this level. I also went with the 1 Desert Wolf as the second choice in here. And I don't like the price at 9-5, but I like a lot of other things about him. He has been competitive against better horses. This is his 3rd start back off a layoff, and his first since coming to trainer Brad Cox's barn, who it appears hasn't had him for very long. But the horse has had to work here at Keeneland, and when horses come to Brad's barn, he's usually very successful with a high percentage, as well as moving horses from maiden special to maiden claiming. The concern for me here is that he has been favored in other situations against better, and given the opportunity to win, has not come through. So he kind of seems like the type of horse that's hard to back with any confidence, but at the same time, he's probably good enough to get the job done.
He is my second choice as well for many of the same reasons, if not all, that Caton just mentioned. My third play is the number 4 horse Honor Gold for Calumet Farm and Kenny McPeak. They dropped him in for $16,000 at Churchill Downs, a very similar level to what he's running at here today, and he at least showed a response. He ran better, and that's oftentimes all you can ask for horses at this level. So if he's able to replicate that and these others don't show that sort of response like the one is expected to do, Desert Wolf, who's to say that Honor Gold cannot pick up the pieces and rally from off the pace under Brian Hernandez Jr. for Kenny McPeak?
There's really no difference, in my opinion, between the maiden 16,000 at Churchill going 1 1/16 and the maiden 20,000 going 1 1/16 here. So definitely seems to make sense. I went to the 5 Gatekeeper, the Gatekeeper to round out my trifecta. Let's see if we can get Corey Lannery to get that milestone 5,000th career victory. This is the first start in a claiming race for the Gatekeeper, who hasn't raced since April of 2022, so he's been away for more than a year. But he takes a big class drop. He gets blinkers. He's a first-time gelding. A lot has changed, including his barn. He's now in Wesley Ward's stable. And when Wesley takes over, he usually has success. The horse looks like he's been training right along here at Keeneland, getting bet a little bit, too, at 4-1.
Race number 4, maiden 20 claimers, 1 1/16, first wire finish here today at Keeneland.
In Keeneland's fourth race, please note, contrary to the program, number 6, Jaybird, did not wear blinkers in that most recent start, September 17 at Churchill Downs, and does not wear them today either. Again, in the fourth race, contrary to the program, number 6, Jaybird, did not wear blinkers September 17 at Churchill Downs, does not wear them today either. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Maiden claiming event, $20,000 the claiming price. 3-year-olds and up, mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. Main track, fast turf good, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In this fourth race, a reminder, scratch the 2 Generation. Also scratch number 9, Gordy's Label, and scratch the 10, Tex Coco. Jockey for the 3, My Uncle Frank, the jockey, Joel Rosario. 3, My Uncle Frank, the jockey, Joel Rosario. And a reminder, the 6, Jaybird, did not wear blinkers September 17 at Churchill, does not wear them today either. Post time in less than 4 minutes.
There's a look at the 8-horse Golden Flash. Joe Sharp and Luis Saez combined with this son of Into Mischief. Second time that'll be running here in Kentucky at a claiming tag. He had run previously going back to the springtime and winter down at Fairgrounds for maiden 30. But a horse that can hold a good position, and who knows, anything can happen, especially with Luis Saez in the saddle here at Keeneland, it seems, as of late.
Well, he is really a handsome horse, Scott, and looked on top of his game. You know, and I'm wondering, he just came into Joe Sharp's barn prior to that start at Churchill, where he led until pretty deep in the race. Maybe with a little bit more time in Joe's barn, something will click. This is the lowest level he's run at, and he does have speed. I'm not sure that being on the lead is exactly what you want today, but if anybody could maybe carry their speed the distance, and the fact that he gets Luis Saez, I think, is a big plus.
The 7-horse exemplified for Calumet Farm. Nice, easy warm-up under Ricardo Santana Jr. Mark Sims, his trainer, saying that he feels the combination of the added distance and blinkers really helped him out. He called him a grinder, and that's a term often expressed when we describe some styles of these horses. Horses just keep on coming. There's not a lot of flash, not necessarily a lot of speed. They just keep coming steady. And I asked him about the shortening up in distance. He says, I think that he'll be a little bit sharper today, something I think he needs to be going to the first wire finish.
Well, you know, he's only started twice, so he could improve. He definitely made a good forward move from his first start to his second start. This is my top pick in here. Sometimes a grinder is where you want to be, and in this type of field with a few horses that have speed and a bit of a pace here, I think it could set up nicely for him.
It is post time. Race number 4 at Keeneland. Race number 4, start of the pick 6.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, start of the pick 6. Moving into line, race 4. Honor Gold into the gate, along with Mo Moves. The Gatekeeper moves into line. Cole Boss, the last to load. Moves in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There's the Gatekeeper from in between horses, along with Jay Bird right alongside. Now there goes My Uncle Frank, along with Desert Wolf against the rail. My Uncle Frank moves up and has the lead. Mo Moves going to move forward from the outside. Now Desert Wolf up the rail from that inside starting spot. They get onto the turn, moves up and leads it by a half length. Desert Wolf by a neck, and then My Uncle Frank is second by a length around the turn. Mo Moves 3 wide in the third position. There's the Gatekeeper, moves up from fourth into third, down toward the inside, a length and a half off the lead. Jay Bird is between horses, moves up 1 spot from fifth. Honor Gold back toward the rail, sixth. Exemplified is seventh on the outside. Golden Flash is eighth. Coal Boss last of the 9. Opening quarter, 23.68 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. Desert Wolf, a 2-length lead. My Uncle Frank second, a half length. The Gatekeeper moves up a closer third, down toward the inside. Mo Moves fourth, a half length up on the outside of Jay Bird. Then Honor Gold, Exemplified, Golden Flash, and Coal Boss at the back. The first half mile went in 48.19 seconds. On to the far turn, Desert Wolf 2-length lead. The Gatekeeper goes second by just a neck, and then My Uncle Frank third up on the outside. Mo Moves 3 lanes off the rail in fourth position, and still running 6 lengths off the lead. Honor Gold is fifth down toward the inside, also a 6 to make up. Quarter mile to go. Desert Wolf, in the blink of an eye, opens up by 5 lengths, turning for home into the short stretch. The Gatekeeper is second, a half length. My Uncle Frank is third. Mo Moves in fourth, then Jay Bird and Golden Flash. Everybody well behind Desert Wolf. Desert Wolf into the final furlong, 8-length lead. It is all Desert Wolf here. Good battle for second, though, because further back the Gatekeeper is fighting on with My Uncle Frank and Mo Moves, but no catching Desert Wolf. Florent Giroux, much the best here in today's fourth race. The Gatekeeper was home second, Mo Moves was third, and My Uncle Frank finished fourth.
One-horse race, that's the definition of what just happened in race number 4. Desert Wolf took it to him early. Nobody ever really able to make any impact in his front-running score here today, and he's going to draw off and win by over a half dozen in the end as the heavy favorite at 4-5.
When you saw the fractions at 48 for the half mile and 114 at 3/4 of a mile, I think you and I could have ridden this one to the wire.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 1, Desert Wolf was first. Number 5, The Gatekeeper second. Number 11, Mo Moves was third. Number 3, My Uncle Frank fourth. 1-5, 11-3 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Desert Wolf, owned by Sumaya U.S. Stables of Usama Abakazale, trained by Brad Cox and ridden by Florent Giroux. Desert Wolf, a 3-year-old son of Protonico out of Be Proud by Proud Citizen, bred in Kentucky by International Equities Holding Incorporated. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 46.97 seconds. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official. 1-5-11-3, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Also start of the late pick 5 and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. The turf is good today. The rail at 20 feet. The main track is fast. In race 5, take out 13, 14, 15, and 16. They did not draw into the race. Sixth race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw in. Seventh race feature, the Franklin. Scratch number 7, Star Guest. Seventh race, scratch number 7, Star Guest. No changes in the 8th race today. And looking ahead to the 9th and final, scratch the 2, Highland Grace, scratch the 12, Stir Crazy, and scratch 13, Scratch Cat. That's in the 9th and final race, scratch number 2, Highland Grace. Also scratch the 12, Stir Crazy, and scratch number 13, Scratch Cat. A reminder, there is one overweight on the card. That's in the 6th race, race 6, number 10, Cozy Rags, jockey 2 pounds over. 6th race, the 10, Cozy Rags, the jockey, +2.
Race number 5, very competitive group lining up that'll be getting ready for a 5.5 furlong turf sprint. First turf race of the day. The turf listed as good, rail at 20 feet. Race begins the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9. Second leg is the featured event, the Franklin Simpson Stakes. There's a look at Cloudy. He was just the favorite a moment ago at 7-2. Now the second choice at 4-1. And this is a runner for Shug McGahee, who comes off of a Kentucky Downs stride, not as competitive really as he had been prior to that. And I mean, how many times have we said at this meet? Give him a pass on the Kentucky Downs form from time to time, and most times, because his races prior to that were good. But one of the, I guess, the off-putting things was the fact that he did run well last year at Kentucky Downs, but it had been some time since we'd seen him run. Maybe he needed that race more than anything, Caton.
That's what I think, and I also believe that that the instructions were to kind of push him to try to make the lead because speed seemed to be prevalent there. The pace was pretty solid, and I don't think he was comfortable in that being pushed mode off the layoff. And he did seem to get tired at the end. So now we get back to a shorter distance, a more traditional track, and in fact, a track that he has won at in last fall about this time in the 2 other than allowance condition. He won pretty handily. I think he can sit the same kind of trip. I think there will be a decent pace up front. There are a few others that are pretty quick horses in here. So he should get a very nice setup, and he is a beautiful looking horse who has a nice record here at Keeneland and a nice record in general on the grass, 3 for 5. I used him on top. I know you did as well. And then, you know, it gets a little bit tougher. The 4 horse, I definitely think, is a contender here at 7-2. That's a little shorter than I would have anticipated. I really didn't see Heaven Street necessarily being favored, but you've got some high-profile connections with Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffalione teaming up, and Heaven Street does have speed. I'm just a little worried about the type of trip he might get into because of his style, because, as I mentioned, there are others who have speed.
Bodenheimer's wickedly fast, the number 1 horse in this race. And we move on to the number 9. That is a horse who is currently sitting at 6-1. Mischievous Rogue for Doug Cowan. This is a horse that was a winner here last spring, I should say, this year, at odds of 11-1. Mentioned this horse earlier in the week. Doug Cowan's had a runner here that was coming off a layoff, a little fresh coming into that race, but I think all things considered ran a good one. But he's got course form, and he's held that form since then, including a third behind Heaven Street at Kentucky Downs. So Luan Machado, he's familiar with this runner. 6-1's a really good price on this horse.
I agree. I like the fact that he's proven over the course. He's 5 for 16 lifetime, 2 for 4 on the grass, and does have speed, but also can sit that stalking trip that I think is going to be the key here. If he can settle just a little bit and run similar to the way he did in the spring on good ground, then he is going to be a factor. The rail is out 20 feet, so that's something to keep in mind. The ground is listed good. It'll be interesting to see how it plays with the rail out at that point, but second start off the layoff, I think, will be a better one for Mischievous Rogue, who really fits in here at 6-1.
Bodenheimer comes back to Keeneland to race on the turf course for a 6th time in his career. His other win was against Stakes Company as a young horse. He has one way of going. It is right to the front and trying to run these horses off their feet and to get away from them, which even if he doesn't, he can just still hang in there. He comes off of better runs after a bit of a dull spring last year, but he is just pure speed. So down on the inside, if the 4 opts to not engage him or even give him a little bit too much of a lead, Bodenheimer to me has to be respected in here at 14-1 with Lindy Wade getting the call for Valerie Lund. You just got to respect how quick this horse is.
There's speed to the inside, there's speed in the middle, and there's speed toward the outside with the 7 Plain Talk, a long shot, certainly, but definitely fast early. Mischievous Rogue could be in the hunt, and Just Might, we know what he's capable of. That's rock and roll, though he's looking for his first win here at Keeneland. So to me, it's going to be a very swift pace.
It's an allowance race, but this is a stakes level type of group as far as competition and what they've accomplished in their career. A great start to the late pick 5. Also a fabulous start to the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9 for that sequence. 12 minutes to post. Turf listed is good for race 5.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. Race 5, the Mulholland Springs, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Take out 13, 14, 15, and 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time in 5 minutes.
There's a look at the number 5 horse, Mark of the Z, looking to recapture some past glory here at Keeneland. He's won twice in 5 tries, 2 second-place finishes. He's faced some very good company. We know we have a lot of visitors and patrons joining us from far and wide. If you are from Michigan, have a Michigan connection, this could be your horse. He's a Michigan bred. It's rare to say that, and he is a very good Michigan bred. He is worth a look in here at now 9-1 as he just clicks down.
So, Scott, he's proven over the course, as you point out, but if Caravel, who we'll see later today in the Franklin, is the kind of gold standard or the benchmark, he was only beaten 3 lengths by Caravel in the Shakertown in graded stakes. Now, this is a little easier, a cut below that, although a number of horses have been competing with Caravel that are in here. But he ran really admirably coming from off the pace and a very swift pace at that. If you look at his style, I think that he likes to be close, but at the same time likes to have a target to run down, and I think he'll get it here. He's run really well fresh, and I think he can run the same kind of race he did about a year ago when he was able to be successful on firm ground at 5.5 furlongs, stalking, and then opening up on the field. It was easier that day, but he's trained well since then, and he's a really good price for a very handy-looking fresh horse.
Evan Singh, the number 6 horse, will be drawn right next to him, 6-1 right now in this second, third, fourth choice. Again, there's not a lot separating. The tote board is just telling you they're so even in form coming in and ability. And Evan Singh, fairly lightly raced horse compared to so many of these other veterans. Start 9 of his career. He ran in the turf sprint behind No Balls and some other very good horses. So you've got to respect his form. He won a stake back in the winter at Fairgrounds, the Colonel Power, beating some quality runners on that afternoon back in February.
He looks fresh and very happy and very sharp. When ridden by Flavian Pratt back in February, came off the layoff to win the Colonel Power and looked good doing it as the favorite. Now, he came off the layoff again in graded stakes company in the turf sprint, and he was just flat. I mean, he did not get out of the gate sharply. He never got really into the race. He goes back to the sidelines and comes back again. I think he has opportunity to be a sharp horse once again. He's a proven stakes winner, and his only start at Keeneland was last year at this time in two other than Allowance Company. He left himself a lot of work to do, but he did make up some ground to finish third that day.
And quickly, the 10 Artemis City Limits for Joe Sharp, a gelding claimed last time out off of trainer Mike Maker. Mike's so good with his horses and claiming ranks and stakes types, and they're taking their shot with this 6-year-old gelding with a lot of back class to lean on.
He is the clocker's choice.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Mulholland Springs. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. Artemis City Limits moves into the gate. Just Mike comes forward along with Heaven Street. Mark of the Z goes in. Evan Singh. Go Bears Go, the last one. Moves in. They're at the post. And they're off. Just Might. Go Bears Go broke alertly. Plain Talk is there. Heaven Street. Here's Bodenheimer. Bodenheimer moves up now to challenge Plain Talk for the lead. Heaven Street is in between that pair. Third. Just Might fourth up on the outside. Mark of the Z is fifth. Artemis City Limits sixth on the outside. Mischievous Rogue seventh in between. Horses. Biz Biz Buzz is racing in eighth. Cloudy is in ninth position. Evan Singh is in 10th between horses heading onto the far turn. Go Bears Go is 11th now on the outside of that one midway on the turn. Tut's Revenge is at the back. Three-way shuffle for the lead. Plain Talk between horses has a neck in front as Bodenheimer fights on down toward the inside. Just Might still there with them up on the outside. Heaven Street swings wide. Cloudy looks for room in behind horses. Mischievous Rogue is coming with Heaven Street, and Cloudy still needing some running room. Mischievous Rogue has clear sailing to come forward along with Heaven Street. Cloudy is still in behind that pair. Bodenheimer's there toward the inside. Heaven Street, Mischievous Rogue, Cloudy, Bodenheimer. It is Heaven Street in front from Mischievous Rogue. Heaven Street wins it by a half length.
They were tightly packed at the top of the stretch. Keep an eye on the gray as well as the 4. The gray, the 8-horse Cloudy, he had a rough go there, nowhere to go, trying to get through that space. And there comes Heaven Street taking a bit of that space from him, but he kicked away. And this was a nice ride by Tyler Gaffleone. He let Bodenheimer go to his inside, knowing he's going to come back to him. And he just kept him always in a good position and was able to outfinish some unlucky horses in the end.
Nobody giving anybody an inch. The 5 Mark of the Z with Relu Gutierrez squeezed through the narrowest of spaces between horses, but didn't quite have that punch at the end, whereas the 4 Heaven Street going strong. On the outside, Mischievous Rogue running big, but just a little bit short.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 4, Heaven Street, finished first. Number 9, Mischievous Rogue, second. Number 5, Mark of the Z, was third. And number 8, Cloudy, was fourth. 4958. Unofficial. Results are official for Keeneland's 5th race, 4958, the official results. Into the winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's 5th race, the Mulholland Springs, number 4, Heaven Street, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned by David Stodiker, Michael Dubb, and America's Pastime Stables of Brian Spagnola, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Heaven Street, a 4-year-old son of Street Sense out of Heavenly View by Congrats, bred in Kentucky by Sienna Farms, LLC. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 2.54 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Mulholland Springs Trophy presentation to the connections of Heaven Street. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4, main track fast, turf good. In race 6, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, the overweight, number 10, Cozy Rags, the jockey 2 pounds over. 10, Cozy Rags, the jockey 2 pounds over. Featured 7th race, the grade 2 Franklin, scratch number 7, Star Guest. That's in the featured 7th race, scratch number 7, Star Guest. No changes in the 8th race. In the 9th and final event, scratch the 2, Highland Grace, scratch the 12, Stir Crazy, and scratch number 13, Scratch Cat. That's the 9th and final race. Scratch the 2, Highland Grace, Scratch the 12, Stir Crazy, and Scratch 13, Scratch Cat.
Race number 6, first leg of the late pick 4, 2-year-old fillies. Maidens going 7 furlongs. And we're taking a peek at the number 9 horse right now, the gray filly by Arrogate, Happy Talk, who is currently sitting at 6-1 on the board. A first-time starter for the coach, Dwayne Lucas, daughter of Arrogate, well-bred filly from a Speightstown first name who was stakes placed. Again, fast workout, 2 workouts back in 58 and 3. That will pop off the page when you take a look at that kind of a time for 5/8 of a mile. I like this filly. Dwayne Lucas, his win percentage first out isn't high at this stage, but he still can get him ready to roll.
Scott, this horse is, I've got third, and is a half-sister to Lauban, who was a precocious and super talented horse who was, in a short time at stud, able to proved that he could throw that off to his progeny as well. So there's real strength in this pedigree, and also a very fast work. I've got Happy Talk third, as I mentioned, and definitely has to be respected. She looks beautiful, too. She's a grand-looking filly. A lot of scope, a lot of presence. I went to the 2, currently 7-1. That's Final Draft is my top choice. Just thought that the pedigree was there, the workout pattern was there, and the barn can fire with a first-timer. This daughter of Constitution was $150,000 2-year-old in training sale purchase, so sometimes takes a little less time to get them to the races, and they tend to be quick. She's out of a Curlin mare, so there is some stamina there in the pedigree as well as precocity. And I love that she has a work over the Keeneland strip. She shipped in from Ellis Park to work here at Keeneland, and a pretty solid time for a half mile on October 6th. Tyler Gaffleone gets the call from Mark Cassie. I thought Final Draft, without knowing very much about her, just on paper, theoretically, had a lot to offer. I'm a little surprised that she's 10-1, given the connections, but I still really like everything I'm seeing from her and everything going into this with her.
The 7, Shiloh's Mistress, is a first-time starter. Keeneland yearling graduate from last year's September sale, $235,000 is what they bought this filly from the first crop of the Breeders' Cup Classic winner and champion older horse Vino Rosso. Michael McCarthy, in my opinion, one of the best in the sport. He's got horses from Kentucky to Southern California and just continues to get good horses each and every year put under his care. He did mention to me when I spoke to him last night that she may need a race to pick up a little bit more fitness. So at 10-1, she's obviously got the potential to run big here today, but one worth taking some notes on, mental notes, replaying this race if you're able to, which certainly in this day and age you're able to as many times as you like moving forward, but we'll see how she fares. Just clicked up to 11-1 right now, the number 7 horse Shiloh's Mistress.
Expensive sale graduate is a half-sister to Chocolate, who is a talented runner in her own right. Sweet Sunshine, for me, is the next choice. This one with mixed signals, because on the one hand, you come from a barn, Brad Cox, who knows how to win with first-time starters, and her workout pattern has been very, very solid in the morning. She's been training over at Churchill Downs, has a few fast works, mixed in with some works out of the gate, although she hasn't been to the gate recently. Back on August 25th, she worked out of it. But she's by a sire Hardspun, whose first-time starters only win 8% of the time. So this may be kind of a need one or wait-and-see kind of proposition, but you can see she's a lovely filly. She's been handling everything very, very well. She looks tucked up, and Sweet Sunshine makes some sense with a decent price at 9-2. She's getting played, but not getting played hard.
The 3, Grinning for Riley Mott, had a win with a first-time starter earlier this meet. This is a filly by Bernardini for Claiborne Farm. Adele Dilschneider, a homebred Bernardini filly who has been firing some bullets at the Churchill Downs trackside facility not far from Churchill Downs itself. So we'll see how she does here this afternoon. She's a big price, 18-1, and another beautiful pedigree.
Love the workout pattern. She's showing some fast works, and if Riley is anything like his father, when horses are working that fast, they're doing it because they're doing it easily and on their own, and the pedigree is certainly there. Would not shock me. He had a big win earlier in the meet, Riley Mott did, and this filly certainly has some sharp works to go to.
15 minutes to get those plays in, including the late pick 4. Mentioned this morning when handicapping the late pick 4 that perhaps the tote board would give us a little bit of help to give some more clarity to this race. So far, there are no standouts in the wagering. The 11 is the 7-2 favorite, just in front of a few of these other horses that are getting money. 11 is Lighted Up Louie for trainer Mike Maker as he looks for back-to-back on the card, just winning race number 5. Good luck. Race number 6, again, first leg of today's late pick 4 at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Greenfield Farms maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Main track is fast, turf good, post time in 5 minutes.
There's a look at Grinning, the number 3 horse at 13-1. Talked about her fast works. All horses carrying the Claiborne Orange just stand out and look good on the track, and a nice warm-up from this Bernardini filly.
You know, Scott, she's a really big filly. You wouldn't think that she would necessarily be able to work as quickly as she is, because she kind of looks like the type that might take a little while. She's got a nice long stride, though, and really a regal demeanor about her. Eye-catching in the paddock, and certainly those workouts have been very strong.
Let's go on to the number 9 horse, Happy Talk, for Dwayne Lucas. Just talked about her ability. He said maybe 7/8 might be a little bit too short for her. Expect her to move on forward with longer races, but he did mention how comparing her to Secret Oath. We talked about Arrogate being the sire of that Grade 1 filly, so he likes her, and folks are liking her too. She's 9-2.
She's very leggy, and you can see by looking at her why maybe she would want a little bit more ground to work with. But remember, this is 7 furlongs, and I think that helps those horses who are probably better suited to the longer distances. She's been professional. She was very, very sharp in the paddock, and I wondered how she was going to react when she got to the front side, but so far she's been all business.
And the 2-horse final draft, DJ Stable of the Green family, they have had some wonderful fillies in the last several years, including a champion filly, Wonder Wheel, and final draft. Clocker picked this morning on Today at Keeneland.
I hope the Clockers are right, because this was my top choice. And she did nothing wrong. She's professional. She's a handy-looking filly, a real contrast to some of the others that we've talked about as far as her size is concerned. But at 7 furlongs, you're kind of looking for more of the sprint type, and that's kind of what she looks like. She's very strong, though, and solid. And you get Tyler Gaffleone riding for Mark Casse, which is a formidable combination.
The 11 is the favorite at 4-1. Maker looking for back-to-back wins on the card. That's Mike Maker, the trainer. Had a brief conversation with him down in the paddock. Said he ran her at Kentucky Downs because the purse money's so good, and he wins a lot there. And that's certainly weighs on the opinions and options of these conditions. And we'll see how she fares today. He likes her today, and many are at 4-1 to start the pick 4.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Greenfield Farms, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 6. Happy Talk moves into line. Steampunk comes forward. Ruby Queen approaches the gate. Lighted Up Louie goes in. Sweet Violet into line. Abundant Life will be the last to load. Goes in at the post. And they're off. Abundant Life comes out running. Sweet Sunshine is right there. Lighted Up Louie. Between that pair, grinning. Nandina, Final Draft with early speed. Shiloh's Mistress also up close. Sweet Sunshine has the lead only for a moment. Nandina up the rail now to challenge. Final Draft goes third. Lighted Up Louie is fourth. Abundant Life center of the track in fifth. Steampunk up the rail into sixth. Shiloh's Mistress is in the seventh position. And then Cozy Rags, who's eighth toward the outside. Grinning is back toward the rail in ninth. Ruby Queen is 10th. Happy Talk moves up 2 spots but caught wide, going from 11th into 9th onto the far turn, still 8 lengths off the lead. And then Sweet Violet at the back, opening quarter, 22.48 seconds onto the far turn. Nandina, Sweet Sunshine is right alongside to contest the lead, and Lighted Up Louie joins them. Lighted Up Louie has to go 3 wide around the far turn, coming to the top of the lane. Cozy Rags tries to move into contention in fourth. Steampunk is fifth. Shiloh's Mistress sixth. Happy Talk is wide. She's seventh. She's 7 from the lead. Lighted Up Louie comes forward to challenge Nandina. Happy Talk is coming with Sweet Violet, but there's still 5 from the front. Shiloh's Mistress is looking for room to the inside. Cozy Rags is there. Nandina has a short lead. Cozy Rags is right alongside, and Cozy Rags moves forward. It is Cozy Rags in front. Cozy Rags 88-1 on the line. Andres Calleja.
for trainer Brian Michael, springing one of the biggest upsets that we have seen in a long time here at Keeneland Racecourse. We thought this was a wide open race. Don't know that many considered going to this kind of a price, but Cozy Rags able to outlast this group and kick on. The 6 made a very aggressive move at the top of the stretch to get out in the clear, but she had a lot of work to do, and this 88-1 shot, Cozy Rags was able to get the jump on her and keep on going.
You know, Andres Callejas never has to go to the whip. This horse does it all on her own. And boy, the longer they went, the more strong she seemed. The top of the stretch, you could see her just kind of staying, grinding, and loving this 7 furlong distance. This was a good-looking effort while others scrambled. She's going strong.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: number 10, Cozy Rags, finished first. Number 6, Sweet Violet, second. Number 1, Nandina, third. Number 11, Lighted Up Louis, fourth. 10, 6, 1, 11. Unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Greenfield Farms, the unofficial winner, number 10, Cozy Rags, owned by Twin Oaks Bloodstock LLC of Mark Gunderson, trained by Brian Michael. Andres Calleja, the winning jockey. Cozy Rags, a 2-year-old filly by Union Rags out of Rosie is Cozy by Cozine, bred in Kentucky by Kim Nardelli, Rodney Nardelli, and W.S. Parrish. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 25.7 seconds over the fast main track. Results of Keeneland's 6th race official. 10, 6, 1, 11, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Greenfield Farms Trophy presentation to the connections of Cozy Rags. Keeneland 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. The featured 7th race, 27th running of the Franklin Grade 2. The turf is listed good, the rail at 20 feet today. A reminder, scratch the 7-star guest. Scratch number 7, star guest. Looking ahead, no changes in the 8th race. 9th and final event, scratch the 2, Highland Grace. Scratch the 12, Stir Crazy. And scratch number 13, Scratch Cat. 9th and final race, scratch the 2, Highland Grace, scratch the 12, Stir Crazy, and scratch 13, Scratch Cat.
There is a look at one of the best in recent years in the turf sprint division, Caravel for Brad Cox. Tyler Gaffleone once again will be aboard. Breeders' Cup champion last year in the turf sprint here at Keeneland. She rattled off 3 more wins after that, beat the boys in the Grade 1 Jaipur up at Belmont Park. Had a rough go at the start in the Troy Stakes, and willing to give her a go or a pass on that one after that run over soft ground. But she's back here to Keeneland where she's undefeated. She's got 2 big engagements here at Keeneland in the coming weeks. Here today in the Franklin Stakes, and then she'll be offered at the Keeneland November sale for Hunter Valley Farm. Through that consignment is hip number 210, as well as her mare ZZ Zoom Zoom, who's pregnant to justify the Triple Crown champion. Caravel is going to be awfully tough to beat here today in and amongst this group, given her CV coming into this afternoon.
She's undefeated in 3 starts here at Keeneland and actually seems to do some of her best running and best work here. So that works in her favor. I'm not sure the post position does. She's going to be under a little bit of pressure to get out of the gate and get position, but fortunately she has unbelievable turn of foot and certainly looks the part of a horse who's poised for a nice effort. She's been rested, and she is very chill in the paddock, which at an earlier point in her career was not the case. She could get real nervous, but boy, the team has done an unbelievable job with her over time. She's settled, she's mature, she's relaxed. She actually carries a little bit more weight than I've seen in a while, and she looks good. She's actually a little bit more laid back than I expected her to be. I think the question is inside post position, course condition, which is good, and the rail being 20 feet out are all things that are a little bit different than other circumstances here, but at the same time, she's the one deserving of favoritism.
And clear favoritism at odds of 1-2. Then you have 4 other horses in this race that are in the mix in the alternates in this race. If you're looking for that alternative, or maybe you're not, but if you're looking for prices, horses like the number 5 horse, that's Bay Storm for Jonathan Thomas and Bridlewood Farm. She's won her last 2. She was near Caravel in the Embridled Sydney on firm going. She's going to get this good turf course to work with here today. She can show speed, lay off the pace. She's a very, very good mare who's made over $1.3 million in her career.
We certainly have to discuss Twilight Gleaming as well, as she was one of 2 Breeders' Cup winners in this field, and she also has an affinity for this turf course. Now, her last couple, a trip to Ascot and then coming back at Del Mar in a little stakes race, were not her best, but she's had some time off since July to regroup. She looks like she's been training really well here at Keeneland over the turf. This is her home, and the fact that she's gotten some time in between races, I think, is a really good thing. She will have some pressure up front, though, if she returns to form. There are others who are going to run with her, but she has been among the best in the past, and certainly is a horse that you have to consider here with Johnny Velasquez aboard for Wesley Ward.
One of the mares in here that's hoping that there's a lot of pressure early in this race on the likes of Caravel is Wakanaka, the number 2 horse. She's run between a mile, 6.5 furlongs, 5.5 furlongs. She'll be laying back, trying to make a run and reel them in late. She's won in the past here at Keeneland. She's a danger, and she's the second choice right now at 5-1. Joel Rosario will ride once again, something he's very familiar with. He rode her to a stakes win at Keeneland in the Fall Harvest Stakes during the Breeders' Cup weekend last fall here.
If anybody beats Caravel, the logical horses, I do think it's Wakanaka. She likes this course. She ran really well here in the fall, and though it was a firm course that day, was able to come from off the pace, even though the pace was pretty soft. Now, it took a mile to do it, and I'm wondering if 5.5 furlongs is a little shy of her most ideal distance, but she always gives good account of herself, and there's plenty of speed up front here to perhaps set it up for her late kick.
It is our Sunday feature, the Grade 2 Franklin Stakes, fillies and mares that'll be sprinting on the good turf course, 5.5 furlongs the distance. Caravel looking to defend her title in the Franklin Stakes. The number 1 horse, Breeders' Cup winner of over $1.9 million, looking for win 16 in her career. Next at Keeneland in the Franklin Stakes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, 27th running of the Franklin Stakes Grade 2. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good. Rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3. Scratch the 7. Star Guest number 7 is scratched. Post time 6 minutes. Now the post-parade for the Franklin Stakes. Number 1, Caravel, owned by Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad Al Thani, owned by Mark DeTample and Mataket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Number 2, Wakanaka, owned by Team Valor International of Barry Irwin, owned by Gary Barber, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Joel Rosario. 3, trained to Artemis, owned by M&W Stables, LLC, of John Martino, trained by Kelly Breen. Gerardo Corrales is up. Number 4, Twilight Gleaming, owned by Stone Street Stables, LLC, of Barbara Banke, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey John Velasquez. Number 5, Baystorm, is owned by Bridlewood Farm of John Malone, trained by Jonathan Thomas, the jockey Florent Giroux. Number 6, Linguistic, owned by Max's Stable of Sidney Carmia, owned by Foster Family Racing of Brooklyn Foster. The trainer is Eric Foster, and the jockey is Alex Ashard. 7 is scratched. Number 8, Tony Ann, owned by Anthony Fantacola, owned by A. Veneri Racing Incorporated of Alex Veneri, trained by Phil D'Amato with Flavian Pratt to ride. And number 9, BG Warrior, owned by Keith Grass, trained by Hugo Andrade. Joe Ramos is the jockey. Post time in less than 4 minutes for the featured Franklin Stakes.
There's the 3, Train to Artemis for M&W Stables, and great to see Kelly Breen making the trip here to Keeneland with this Tapazar mare. You had a chance to speak to Kelly just a few moments ago.
I did, and he said that she just did not care for Kentucky Downs at all, which we have seen play out in the past, but she's a better filly than she was given the opportunity to show in that race. He also said that there is a ton of speed in here, but that's not necessarily a bad thing for his mare because she's capable of sitting just off those pace setters while still being in the mix. And he did comment that she's training better than she's ever trained, that she probably doesn't deserve to be quite this high as far as the odds are concerned. And she's awfully consistent. 7 for 15 lifetime. She dances every dance.
Caravel, 3-5 right now, the heavy favorite, and rightfully so. Brad Cox mentioned this to Tom Leach this morning on Today at Keeneland, reiterated the same idea just a moment ago to me in the paddock, is that they did consider even not running her at Saratoga in her last race because of the course condition. She didn't handle it, didn't break that well, tough start. But he said that she's run on these kinds of surfaces before here at Keeneland, and all positive vibes when speaking to Brad Cox with Caravel.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to knock her, even though the price is awfully short at 3-5, and she is drawn to the inside, which I don't think is exactly desirable, but at the same time, she seems just a little bit better than almost anybody in here. She has proven herself over this course. She's so quiet and calm. It's amazing to watch these horses as they seem to sense that they're the class of the field. Why waste any energy?
And the number 2 horse, Wakanaka, as we've reached 2 minutes to post, she's looking good
Yes,
out there.
I give her kind of the paddock pick as far as looks are concerned. She just is sleek and racy and didn't turn a hair in the paddock, but she's kind of eager to get out to the racetrack. I love the way she looks in the warm-up here. She does need to get a little lucky, though, because of the pace scenario and the distance. I do think it's a little short for her, but at the same time, she's a hard-trying horse who's just been on the verge of a big breakthrough performance. Maybe it could be here today.
Good luck to her connections, Team Valor and Gary Barber, 9-2 on Wakanaka. Approaching post time for the Sunday feature, the Grade 2 Franklin Stakes at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, 27th running of the Franklin Stakes, Grade 2. Moving into line, race 7. Twilight Gleaming goes in. Now Tony Ann. BG Warrior, last to load. Moves in. They're at the post. They're off in the Franklin Stakes. Tony Ann quick into stride. So is Twilight Gleaming. BG Warrior there up on the far outside. Twilight Gleaming, BG Warrior, they come to the front together. Caravel is moving up the rail into third here early on as they head for the far turn. Tony Ann alongside her in fourth. Baystorm over to the rail in the fifth position. Linguistic is sixth up on the outside. Trained to Artemis is in seventh. Wakanaka is last of the 8 as they head on to the far turn. Back up front, Twilight Gleaming Gleaming to the inside, and BG Warrior there to the outside. The opening quarter in 21.09 seconds. Gap of 5 lengths back to Caravel, who's third by 3. Bay Storm is in fourth. Tony Ann is fifth. BG Warrior, Twilight Gleaming going at it for the lead. Here's Caravel. Here's Tony Ann on her outside. Twilight Gleaming, Caravel, Tony Ann. Trained to Artemis, running late down the center of the course. Here's Tony Ann challenging Twilight Gleaming. Caravel is there. And Trained to Artemis still fourth. Tony Ann trying to get ahead in front from Caravel. Tony Ann wins the Franklin Stakes for Flavian Pratt.
Well, Tony Ann's bringing an upset at odds of 7-1. The number 8 runner in here for Phil D'Amato, staying in Kentucky after coming in from Southern California. She comes from off the pace. Caravel forced to come from off the pace today as well. She did everything she could to battle down on the inside, but it was not enough to gain on Tony Ann late in the Franklin Stakes.
I think if you could have switched positions, you might have switched the outcome, but Tony Ann gets the trip and that late kick. Beautifully timed by Flavian Pratt to get the nod over a top turf runner. And back in third, a pretty game performance as well from the 3. Trained to Artemis. Race sets up for the upset.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 7th race. Number 8, Tony Ann, finished first. Number 1, Caravel, was second. Number 3, Trained to Artemis, third. And number 4, Twilight Gleaming, was fourth. 8-1-3-4, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official, 8-1-3-4, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's featured 7th race, 27th running of the Franklin Stakes Grade 2, number 8, Tony Ann. Owned by Anthony Fantacola and A. Veneri Racing Incorporated of Alex Veneri, trained by Phil D'Amato, jockey Flavian Pratt. Tony Ann, a 5-year-old daughter of Cairo Prince out of Never Ever by NXS, bred in Kentucky by Alex Veneri Racing LLC. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, 1 minute 2.42 seconds. Now, the trophy presentation for the featured Franklin Stakes, Lexington Mayor Linda Gorton presents to the connections of Tony Ann.
Tony Ann finishing strong today in the Franklin Stakes, the featured race on this Sunday. Flavian Pratt joins me aboard Tony Ann. This filly showed some brilliance here. As the things were setting up in front of you, did you have a sense that they were going quick? I mean, I would imagine that you would have expected the pace to be quick with this level of competition.
Yeah, it felt like the pace was strong enough, and I was traveling really well behind Caravel, so I was pleased with my trip. And when I tip her out, she responded really well. A bit worried by the 16 pole because obviously Caravel came back on us, but she was really game.
How much did you have to push to get past Caravel and to keep that advantage that you had?
Well, to go by Caravel, you got to go all out. But no, she was really game today.
Well done, Flavian.
Thank you.
Tony Ann, very good today in the Grade 2 feature, the Franklin Stakes.
Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Main track is listed fast. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in the 8th race. Looking ahead to the 9th and final event, a reminder in the 9th race, scratch the 2, Highland Grace. Also scratch the 12, Stir Crazy, and scratch 13, Scratch Cat. That's the 9th and final race. Scratch the 2, Highland Grace. Also scratch the 12, Stir Crazy, and number 13, Scratch Cat.
Race 8 starts the late double on this 9-race card at Keeneland. First level allowance condition, 6.5 furlongs the distance. Bourbon Bash is the favorite at 2-1. 1 for 17 coming into this race. Two of his best races to date in his career. His 17th race career came in his last two efforts. I think he's turned the corner. I like him on top. 2-1, not a bad price on a favorite who has had a lot of seasoning under the watchful eye of one of the greatest of all time, trainer D. Wayne Lucas.
You know, I bet this is a bit of a frustrating horse because he seems to have a lot of talent, and yet he's 1 for 17. But part of that, I think, is that he's had to run against some really tough company. If you look back, he's a horse that they tried to make the Triple Crown Trail with, then competed in the Rebel, competed in the Arkansas Derby, tried the Pat Day Mile. Wentz, he's had a little bit of time to come back to the level that he can be competitive at. You have to believe that off of his last couple races, he's a top player in here. But I will say, if it gets lower than 2-1, there are some other horses in here who have some upside, and 1 for 17 does not inspire a lot of confidence. He is my top pick, though, right there with you. I think he makes a lot of sense.
You ain't popping, not as seasoned, not even close to Bourbon Bash, but he's perfect. He's 1 for 1. The inside draw makes things interesting. He might be outrun early by the 2-horse Larry the Poet, who might take a swing from the inside post at that big of a price and based on the way that he's run as well. But you've got to respect him for Brendan Walsh. Ricardo Santana Jr. rode him on debut to victory in a 110 flat at Churchill Downs. He drew post 2 that day, and 5-1 on the board. That makes him about the 4th choice right now in the wagering.
You know, he actually had an inside draw in his debut at Churchill, and Ricardo Santana Jr. was able to get him into the clear and on the outside and enable him to make that nice late kick. And it was a long, extended rally, which I think bodes well for the 6.5 furlongs. If he can work out the same type of trip, he's going to be a top player, and 5-1 is more than fair for a barn that is very successful, especially even after horses have won. Their most recent start, they come back to win again at a high percentage. But I will say the 4 is also very interesting in here. Talkin' Cash at 7-2 now. Maybe that price comes down a little bit. Brad Cox, Tyler Gaffleone, that combination tend to take some action at the windows. I love this pedigree because on the dam side, Cash In traces back to hidden assets, and this was kind of a foundation horse for the Klein family. Racing Stable loved this horse. She was very, very vibrant. She was fast, and I think Talkin' Cash doesn't have to have the synthetic to be successful, but perhaps with some time, since that maiden victory and some good works under his belt, he's a horse to really take note of in here, coming off the layoff. Some key angles as well for Brad Cox here, and Tyler Gaffleone gets the assignment. This race that Talkin' Cash comes out of is very, very productive. A number of good horses came out of it, including Smoky Mandate. The 3rd-place finisher came back to win again. Almost everybody in that field has come back to run, has run well.
And then Billy Jack, the number 5 horse, he's 11-1. He may not need to be considered that much of an outlier. I can understand that there are a lot of good horses in this race and many to consider, but you discussed this colt earlier this morning. The cutback in distance should be big off of his run in the St. Louis Derby most recently, just under 2 months back at Fairmount Park.
Yeah, I like this horse quite a bit, and I like him more after getting a look at him. He is a big, big colt with a lot of scope. Faded badly in the St. Louis Derby, but it was a muddy track, and it was 1 1/16. I love the cutback in distance here. I like the fact that now he's got a couple of routes under his belt, and he was able to break his maiden at Ellis Park going 7 furlongs. That seems to be the ideal distance for him. He has speed, but he's to the outside, though there are a couple other horses with potentially some speed to his outside. I think he could get a nice trip in here, and he's 11-1. I think that's a bit of an oversight.
Another serious sprint on the dirt here at Keeneland this fall meet. 3-year-olds, they will be competing at 6.5 furlongs, and the favorite is the number 3 horse, Bourbon Bash, looking for win 2 in his career in his 11th start this season in 2023. Again, late double begins here on this Sunday card at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race. The Stone Farm, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in this 8th race. Main track is fast, the turf good. Post time in 6 minutes.
There's a look at the number 6 horse carrying the Windstar Silks, owned in part by Windstar and Commonwealth, a colt by Into Mischief, who gets back on dirt after a turf try at Churchill Downs going long, but just another one in a long list of horses that have run very good races, big races, and at 4-1, Flavian Pratt, he's looking for back-to-back wins on this card.
You know, Scott, if you look at his history, he's by Into Mischief out of a midshipman mare, and he went through the sale back in 2022 as a 2-year-old, sold for $600,000. So you know he was fast and you know he was good looking. And he is good looking. Out on the track, he really caught my eye. Debuted at Ellis Park and finished second, just about broke his maiden that day, then came back to win going 7 furlongs. So the 6.5 furlongs should suit him. He has good early speed, did not fare well on the turf, now moves back to the main track. I think that he's very interesting here at 7-2.
Race number 8, 4 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Stone Farm. Moving into line, race 8. Bourbon Bash moves into line. Mr. Bob into the gate. Talkin' Cash and Old Alliance, the last two to load. Old Alliance. Moves into line. They are at the post. They're off. There's Mr. Bob and Pensacola and Billy Jack right there in the opening strides. And here comes Talkin' Cash. Talkin' Cash kicks into the inside. Billy Jack right alongside. That's the battle for the lead. Pensacola going to back away into third, flanked there by Mr. Bob. In fourth, Bourbon Bash. Fifth in between Horses. And then Larry the Poet, sixth back toward the inside. Old Alliance seventh. A break of 7 more lengths then back to You Ain't Poppin', who's last of the 8 heading onto the far turn. 22.1 seconds for the opening quarter. Back up front, Talkin' Cash against the rail, leads it by a half length. Billy Jack is there fighting on between Horses for the lead. Here's Pensacola moving up far outside, 3 lanes off the rail, third to second, and now pokes ahead in front. Pensacola moves up to the outside of Talkin' Cash, Billy Jack, and now Bourbon Bash tries to move into contention. His fourth has to change lanes, has to go to the far outside. Mr. Bob is behind that one, that pair, 5 from the front, into the stretch. Pensacola has the lead. Bourbon Bash takes aim from the outside, moving by the 8th pole. Pensacola by a length. Bourbon Bash is in second position. Mr. Bob is third. Pensacola the leader by a length. Here's Bourbon Bash again. Bourbon Bash coming after Pensacola. 16th to go. And then comes Mr. Bob. Bourbon Bash, Pensacola. Mr. Bob in third. Down to the wire. Mr. Bob gets there, and the final jump for Luis Saez.
Another upset here this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse, a Sunday full of upsets. And at this point in time, it looked like it was between Pensacola and the number 3 horse Bourbon Bash, and it was. Back in third is the number 7 horse Mr. Bob, who just continued on under Luis Saez. And I guess the rule here, or something we should learn, is never give up on Louis in any of these races as he comes up just in the shadow of the wire.
You know, Mr. Bob was actually able to dismount Louis prior to the race, but to make some amends here with that nice late kick, and poor Bourbon Bash, a bridesmaid, once again looked like he finally had this one won, only to be trounced at the wire by Mr. Bob.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 7, Mr. Bob, was first. Number 3, Bourbon Bash, was second. Number 6, Pensacola, third. Number 1, You Ain't Poppin', 4th, 7361, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Stone Farm, the unofficial winner, number 7, Mr. Bob. Owned by John Grossi's Racing Corporation, owned also by Beast Mode Racing LLC of Robert Falcone Sr., and owned also by trainer Robert Falcone Jr. Luis Saez, the jockey, 2 wins for Luis Saez on the card. Mr. Bob, a 3-year-old son of Practical Joke out of Tis Imaginary by Tis Way. The winner bred in Kentucky by Clarkland Farm LLC. Keeneland November graduate gets 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 17.35 seconds, and the results for race 8 official, 7361, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Stone Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Mr. Bob. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Turf is listed good. Rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 2, Highland Grace. Also scratch the 12, Stir Crazy, and scratch 13, Scratch Cat.
Race number 9, 18 minutes to post on an afternoon of upsets. We already know that the pick 6 carries till Wednesday, so there'll be a pick 6 carryover going into the Wednesday card at Keeneland, the start of the new week here during this fall meet. There's also a potential for a pick 5 carryover given the upsets that we have had, and there are some anxious folks out there right now, and we wish them the best, that are in line for some huge payoffs when it comes to sequences like the pick 5. For example, our Callie Kim, the 1, if she is able to win, it's a $190,000
Wow.
pick 5 payoff, and she's the even money favorite right now. More on her in a moment. The number 6 horse, Good American for Shug McGahee, my top play, 5-1 right now. She's also in line for that exact same payoff, so this could be multiple tickets on the same horse sort of situation. The 1, 6, and 11 all have the same payoff in the pick 5 of over $190,000. She really took a big jump forward last time out at Kentucky Downs. Now, you got to keep in mind, was it Kentucky Downs or is she just getting good? I think she was getting good. Third race in the United States, a daughter of American Pharaoh who started off in Europe in her racing career. Her only poor race was on the synthetic at Gulfstream Park, but she's come a long way since then, and Vince Chaminade stays with her, and rightfully so, off of that 3.25 length win at Kentucky Downs just under a month ago.
You know, I like her. I used her. She is my third pick. I'm wondering if she wants to go 1.5 miles. Even though she did win pretty easily going 1 5/16 miles, that's a big difference between that and the 1.5 miles. And it's also Kentucky Downs versus a more traditional turf course. So she makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of positives with her, and she could definitely step up off that win and keep going as far as distance is concerned. But I am just wondering if that is maybe a little bit past where she wants to be at her very, very best. She has kind of a nice even style. She stalked the pace last time out. She actually got into the race at Monmouth when it was a shorter distance. So I wouldn't even be surprised to see her close up early, but I think she's at her best when she can get into that comfortable, relaxed rhythm with the target in front of her. I went to the 1, our Callie Kim, who is the even money favorite. Third start off the layoff and riding a 2-race win streak. She has really come to hand quickly. That last race was against good horses. Now, just as was the case with Good American, it could be that she just liked Kentucky Downs where others didn't. But her win at Saratoga was legit against $32,000 claimers. So it's hard to know where she fits here. I really believe she will be good at the 1.5 mile distance based on her breeding and her running style, because she seems to me to be able to respond whenever she's asked.
And I mean, and you look at this mare, 6 years old. She's won 6 times. She's won from 1 mile at Gulfstream Park to 1.25 miles in the slop at Churchill to 1 5/16 miles at Kentucky Downs. It's rare to find horses who can adapt the different styles of racing, different surfaces and all of it. She's just a racehorse, true racehorse, and a successful racehorse through and through. Let's go on to the number 4 next. My third choice, Caton's second selection, Sabalenka. First time she's an allowance company in a while. The last time she ran in straight allowance company was in November of last year at Churchill. And since then, she's run in graded stakes races, the $1 Million Dueling Grounds Oaks most recently, and she's been very competitive. She's currently sitting at 9-1 on the board, and if I'm reading this correctly, she would be one of the fillies in this race that could spring that pick 5 carryover, because the payoff to me looks like a 4 of 5 payoff of $674, and I think that that's a guarantee as far as those pick 5 will pays. But I think she's got a shot. I mean, she's a 3-year-old filly going against older mares. That's one thing that's playing against her.
I agree. I mean, this is a step up as far as maturity versus a sophomore transitioning against older horses. But she ran really well in the Dueling Grounds Oaks, and more importantly, she did run pretty favorably at Keeneland in the Jessamine against tough company last year when she was still in her developmental stage. She was coming right off a maiden win and then finished 4th in the Jessamine and actually was given 3rd place money against an ultra tough field. So I think she likes this course. I also think that she's a stayer. So for me, the distance isn't a concern. It's just a matter of how good she is when facing older horses that are a little bit more tested. But so far, she's been very positive against 3-year-olds. And you get Declan Cannon, who had a breakthrough season, just a remarkable season at Kentucky Downs, and certainly gets a lot of run out of these price shots. 8-1 seems about right for Sabalenka.
As mentioned, we know the pick 6 will carry. Will the pick 5? We'll know in about 15 minutes here in the final race at Keeneland. Don't forget the $1 Toyota Super High Five wager available in race number 13. The even money favorite are Callie Kim, Gaffleone, Brendan Walsh. They're combining over the good listed turf course here with the rail set at 20 feet. Good luck in the nightcap at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Summer Wind, and allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1.5 miles over the turf listed good. Rail at 20 feet today. No carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 2, Highland Grace. Also scratch the 12, Stir Crazy, and scratch number 13, Scratch Cat. Post time at 6 minutes.
There's a look at the Ramsey Silks being carried right now by Bravo Kitten. Bravo Kitten with Florent Giroux in the saddle. 10-1 on the board right now off the 5-month layoff. Last seen last spring here at Keeneland. This is not an easy distance to come back at off of a layoff, but this is his game. This filly's game is going these longer distances, the daughter of Kitten's Joy.
Yeah, she's actually one of the few in the field that's tried the 1.5 miles before, and with some success, though she hasn't won. She's come close at this level. She can sit forwardly, and she is capable of running a good race off the layoff. She is a horse that is bred to be able to handle all this too. So I definitely think she fits with these. She doesn't stand out, but she probably shouldn't be this high a price. And she is one of many in here that will carry the pick 5 to the late pick 5 on Wednesday.
Malimu, the 11 horse, another 3-year-old filly tackling older. First time in her career that she stepped away from an age-restricted group from the age of 2 to 3. Now 3 and up, that's what happens at this time of the year. But she's a filly by English Channel who comes off of a run in a sprint at Kentucky Downs. This will be the furthest that she's ever been asked to go, and she's got the pedigree.
I think she's going to like it. I really do. She's kind of a free-running sort. When she won the Penn Oaks, she was on the lead, just happy as can be. And by English Channel out of that Smart Strike mare, Tangaroo, I really think that she should have no problem handling the stretch out for the current meets leading trainer, Todd Pletcher, with Flavian Pratt looking for another win on the day. And this is a horse that will hit the pick 5 and make a couple ticket holders really happy. There are 2 tickets alive to the 11 in the pick 5, so they will take home a huge paycheck if the 11 Malimu can come through.
The favorite continues to be the number 1 horse, Arcali Kim, off of those 2 wins, owned in part by Averill Racing and 2-8 Racing, who is the ownership is Jason Worth, that World Series champion with the Philadelphia Phillies back in 2008. Great to have him here at Keeneland Racecourse to watch his mare compete here, and a bit of an underdog story when it came to this filly moving up the ranks, but boy, has she gotten good as of late as they sit in the favorites role.
I think she looks very solid in here. She's another that will hit the pick 5 for a couple very fortunate, very wise ticket holders. Again, our Callie Kim, as well as the 6 Good American and the 11 Malimu are the only horses who will take down the pick 5. Anybody else besides those 3, and we have a carryover along with the carryover in the pick 6.
This is a 3-turn event. They start on the backstretch and go 3 turns to complete the 1.5 mile circuit to close out this Sunday card at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Summer Wind. Moving into line for the 9th. Good American comes forward. Amani's Image into the gate. Here's Bravo Kitten. Malimu, last one, moves in the line at the post. And they're off. There goes Lucy's Cakes Fly right into stride, but Creative Cairo will be there as well. Creative Cairo moves up now. Plenty of company. Sand and Sea, Bravo Kitten to the outside. Malimu, center of the course as they move on to that far turn the first time. Amani's Image is there. 3 lanes off the rail up into the 3rd position now. Sand and Sea gets over to the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length. Amani's Image second, 1.5 lengths. And then Creative Cairo, who's back toward the inside in the 3rd position. And is followed by Bravo Kitten, who was 3 wide around that far turn for the first time, headed to the top of the stretch here, and travels along in 4th. Good American is between horses, a lane off the rail in 5th. Lucy's Cakes Fly shuffled back in 6th. Malimu is in the outer flow of traffic in 7th. Gap of 3 more lengths back to She's Gone in 8th. Sabalenka 9th, and our Callie Kim is last of the 10. The opening quarter, 23.54 seconds. 1 circuit to go here. It is Sand and Sea who is the leader. The first half mile, 48.21 seconds. Amani's Image is second up on the outside. Then 1.5 lengths back to Creative Cairo, who is now toward the inside to save some ground around the second of these 3 turns, flanked there by Good American in 4th. A break of 3 more lengths back to Bravo Kitten. 5th ahead outside of Lucy's Cakes Fly in 6th. Malimu outward from the rail is 7th. She's Gone to her inside is in 8th. Our Callie Kim is still back in the 9th position as they make the journey up the backstretch, and Sabalenka is now last of the 10. Back up front, it is Sand and Sea who shows the way, and Sand and Sea continues to lead by 2 lengths. Amani's Image is still second, 3/4 of a length. Now, Creative Cairo is there to the inside in third, travels against the rail right behind the leader at the entry to the far turn. Good American, fourth on the outside, still 4 lengths off the lead. Lucy's Cakes Fly is fifth. Bravo Kitten sixth on the outside. Malimu is seventh and is still 8 lengths from the lead. Then She's Gone, Sabalenka. Our Callie Kim is still last, a dozen lengths from the front. The leader, Sand and Sea, around the far turn by 3 lengths. Creative Cairo is second by 5. Good American goes to third outside of Amani's Image. Malimu is fifth, looking to the center of the course along with our Callie Kim. That pair 7 lengths from the lead. Sand and Sea is the leader. Creative Cairo with our Callie Kim now hitting her best stride. Our Callie Kim up through the gearbox in the final furlong and goes to the front in the closing strides. Our Callie Kim to win it for Tyler Gaffalione. Creative Cairo second. Sand and Sea was home in third position. She's Gone was fourth, close for fifth.
Well, she does it, and she had a lot of work to do as they were coming around the final of 3 turns here in the nightcap, but just a stone-cold racehorse who knows what her job is. She wants it, she gets it, and secures this victory after the 1.5-mile journey, the one, our Callie Kim.
Boy, the 7 Sand and Sea, who did most of the heavy lifting, may be forced to go just a little bit faster than was ideal in the early stages of the race. But at the end of the day, I don't know if it would have made a difference, because when Tyler Gaffalione pushed the button and asked our Callie Kim to kick it in, she did in a big way.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race. Number 1, our Callie Kim was first. Number 5, Creative Cairo was second. Number 7, Sand and Sea was third. Number 8, She's Gone was fourth. Number 11, Malimu fifth. 1, 5, 7, 8, 11 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth race, the summer win, the unofficial winner, number 1, are Callie Kim, owned by Averill Racing LLC of Richard Averill, owned also by 28 Racing LLC of Jason Worth, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione for his second win on the card. R. Callie Kim, a 6-year-old mare by Revolutionary, out of It Takes Two by More Than Ready. Winner bred in Kentucky by Ups and Downs Farm. Keeneland September graduate R. Callie Kim gets the 12 furlongs over the turf listed good in 2 minutes 28.29 seconds. Results of Keeneland's ninth race official, 157-811. The official results. In the winner's circle, the Summer Wind Trophy presentation to the connections of R. Callie Kim. No perfect tickets in the Pick Six today. Pays a consolation 5 of 6 with a carryover of $52,497 when live racing resumes here on Wednesday at 1 p.m. The late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. And there will be no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. But again, there will be a carryover for the Pick 6 of better than $52,000 for Wednesday's card. Second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.